Oh, I had some alternate ones.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, try this one here. Let's see.
Why, Carrie, I was just thinking about you.
And then there's this one.
Gina, you're right. Gina, you're right.
Well, just let me know, and maybe next time I'll play those.
We need that one more often.
Gina, you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like that.
Let's see. So this is the great. Oh, on this day, the reason we played this song is
Yes.
on this day, 1976.
Yes.
David Bowie released his 10th studio album. Think about that. 76. 10th studio album.
Yeah. That's
it's
prolific, is that?
You could call him that. Yeah, Station to Station was the album, and that song is from that album.
Oh.
Golden Years.
I thought, do you want to know why I thought you did that song?
Why not?
Because yesterday on this day,
On this day?
Heath Ledger died,
Oh.
and that song
It's in
is
A
in A
Knight's
Knight's
Tale.
Tale.
Yeah.
and They do a little dance. I really did think this would have picked it.
Really?
Like, oh, this is for Heath Ledger. I know when you think Heath Ledger, Carrie, you don't think A Knight's Tale. Katie and
I sure do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Plus, you see Paul Bettany's butt, bare butt, in that
Yep.
movie as well, and I'm all for it.
I'm trying to find my favorite song from Station to Station, which really we probably should have played. Do I have it in my collection?
I don't know. I
I'm at
like
home.
Golden Years, though. That was fun.
Yeah. There was a song. Oh, do I have it? I don't have it in my my little Bowie collection. I should. It's a track called TVC-15,
I do not know that.
which is a great tune that he performed on Saturday Night Live while wearing a dress.
That's awesome.
I know nothing about any of that. That's cool.
Oh, it was one of the first times I saw Bowie, and he blew my mind. He was on Saturday Night Live, and he was wearing this blue tight dress.
Cool.
And they did Boys Keep Swinging and TVC-15.
Huh.
It just blew my mind. I went, you can do that on television? Good heavens. Now,
I didn't watch any of Aubrey Plaza's stuff from Saturday Night Live this week. Did you see any of it?
I watched it. We'll get to Sam Smith in a moment.
Okay.
Because that's a whole other thing.
Apparently. That's why I was
but-
asking. I didn't see any of it. So
Yeah.
I saw Backlash, but I didn't see any of it.
Aubrey was good. Aubrey was doing her best, but she was just surrounded by so many technical problems.
Really?
Yeah, and I blame starting with the direction from the booth. They just couldn't get camera angles correct. They couldn't get on the right actors who were speaking.
That's strange. That
It
makes
was-
you wonder if there's like a strike or something going on that we don't know about.
The first sketch was just filled with just tons of technical problems. And then they go into this really complicated bit, which they actually pulled off quite well, because she used to be a page at the NBC building at 30 Rock. And so she said, let me show you what I would do on the tour, and it was a funny little thing where they had the moving cameras everywhere. So maybe they were all geared up for that, because that went off beautifully. But then there were more technical problems throughout.
That's too bad.
But she was trying her best, surrounded by some bad material. But now Sam Smith, what?
So all I saw from
I'm not
this,
familiar. I'm not familiar. So
Sam is a fabulous singer. Mm-hmm. Sam is fabulous.
I would have liked to have gotten a chance to hear that, but he didn't sing that much.
And I think Sam is a they.
Was it they? Okay.
I think Sam is a they. The only clip I saw was some weird thing with Sharon Stone. Was that
Okay. Now the first bit, he was wearing this big fluffy kind of coat outfit thing, and he looked like a Muppet kind of. And then magically there was a person underneath him, and this person came out and did a little kind of rap thing to his song. That was I got to hear him sing. It was a little strange. Okay, great. You can do that on television again. Back to Bowie.
Yeah.
But this last thing, it was, I mean, yeah, cool for you doing this sort of thing on television, but what was it? Because it was a chorus of these people with, it was like something out of Monty Python. They all had these black hoods on,
Yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah.
you know, and they were singing this song, like I said, to a chorus kind of thing. He was in the back and didn't sing, and the entire time there's Sharon Stone lying down in front of all of them on a fainting couch and barely reacting, just kind of looking up at the ceiling and smiling.
So it almost sounds like they're in a meeting room and it's like, you know what would be cool?
What if...
What if we got...
And it's just like, why is Sharon Stone there? I don't understand what's going on. Hey, great, you can do this on television, but, you know, I didn't get to hear Sam Smith singing that second song because he was drowned out by this choir.
Yeah.
And then Sharon Stone shows up later for a sketch.
Oh, so it wasn't just for that. She was in a sketch,
Oh, no,
too.
that episode was filled with cameos. You had the Property Husbands. They were there. You had Tony Hawk showed up. You had Sharon Stone. You had my darling little Amy Poehler show up. Not
Well, this
only
should
was
have been a good show.
she showed up as Amy Poehler at first, and then she was Leslie Knope doing the news.
So
And-
this should have been a
and
fabulous episode.
It should have been, yes. It just it left me a little, you know, I mean, I could see they were trying real hard, but it wasn't working for some reason. That's just me, though.
Maybe that's their new thing because they have all these new cast members. Maybe they're like, we'll always have a bunch of guests that people do know who they are, and that will prop it up somehow.
I just can't help it. They're not, you know, again, I've argued about this, and that is that they're not using the people that they have correctly. I've always felt that. I mean, you got James Austin Johnson who can imitate anybody.
And I feel like he barely does anything.
And yeah, if he's not doing Trump, he's barely there. And I
Yeah.
just don't understand that because he can do anybody. You know?
Well, you might have noticed a few things.
Just a few.
We're home today because is it noisy yet, Katie?
Not yet, but it's going to be. And I know it
They're
is.
drilling into concrete at the station again. It's a radio station made of concrete that needs to be drilled into constantly. And also Bill's not here. We kind of thought he would be, but he's not here. So
The last thing he
There's
told
no
me is
Bill today.
he changed his mind. He was like, I'm not going to be there. And then like an hour later, he's like, no, I'm good. I'll be there. And I was like, okay, just let me know for sure in the morning. And I haven't heard from him. So
I'll take this as a good sign that he got medicine at the doctor yesterday, that he's finally sleeping.
Yeah.
That's what I will take.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
yeah,
That's what I'm getting from this.
I did stop by his house yesterday to drop off a mic clip, and he says RSV is way worse than COVID.
Really? Oh, because he's
says-
had both.
He says
Yeah.
COVID had nothing on this right now, and he sounds rough, and I just feel so bad.
Well, good. I'm glad he's sleeping then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yesterday, or maybe we should talk about this coming up. I don't know if we need to go. We did our lights, camera, brunch at Squatters yesterday, and we weren't sure if he was going to show up for that either. But we got a text saying, "I'm going to the doctor," and then after he went to the doctor, it's RSV. So
Yep.
no Bill at lights, camera, brunch.
Or today,
Or
apparently.
today.
Or maybe you never know. He may
He might jump on. We'll see.
he may be sleeping in and decide to jump in. Who knows? How contagious is RSV? Do we need to have these discussions?
I mean, I think we're fine. I think we would have.
I think you guys would have felt it if you had already.
Because remember, he was gone 2 days last week.
Yeah, he
so
left Wednesday. I was there Thursday and Friday.
That's
Yeah.
right.
We would have it already.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're going to be doing this Sundance stuff coming up on Thursday and Friday, and
That's
that's
true.
That's a small room we're in.
Well, we'll see if he's willing to do that or if he wants to actually stay down here.
Yeah.
Well, and we have Dr. Cobble. We can
Yeah.
we can ask him
Yeah, we
on
can talk to him.
Wednesday and see what he has to say about it.
All right. Well, okay then. Let's begin, shall we?
I guess so.
Well,
How do we do this again? I don't know.
yeah. I'm trying to remember how we did
So-
all this.
Oh, Katie, you sent us our information. Do we have a live ad we need to do?
Yes,
right
we do.
here?
Right here.
Okay. we're relearning. You know, we did this from home for 2 years.
Yep.
And then we haven't done it for a while. So
Nope.
here we go. Oh, I got it. Oh, it's the Salt Lake City Farmers Market.
Yes.
The winter market at the Gateway, it's on Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it's, you think, well, it's 2 degrees outside. How are we having a farmer's market? They have greenhouses. They're growing things all year round.
Oh, yeah. And you want to go and explore this stuff because, well, first of all, it's local. That's what I do my best to buy local before I buy anything. And 60 vendors. It's also a nice way to start the weekend. You can go get a coffee and hang out and talk to people. All local vendors supporting the local economy. And if you go back further into the winter market, there is artwork, crafts, and things like that. Art and craft market back in the back. So go and take a look at that. You can always find a local artist who's selling something wonderful. Baked goods from local bakeries, a lot of fresh meats, locally made sausages, and canned goods like salsas and honey.
You'd be surprised the things you can get this time of year. And like Carrie said, it's all local and it's all there for you. Saturdays at the Gateway. You can go to slcfarmersmarket.org for more information.
Carrie, Bill, and
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our missionaries tracting underground on Janus 6. Wow, would you look at these caverns? They're incredible.
You sure we have the right planet?
Yeah, I am. Janus 6. Why'd you ask?
Oh, just because this planet is uninhabited, that's all.
Well, I'm sure that Zone Leader Hansen had a good reason to send us here.
Yeah, like all the residents of this planet were killed by some unknown force, and he's hoping that we stumble upon it.
Now, Butch, you be nice. Hey, looky here. Perfectly round, shiny rocks.
Hey, a collection of bowling balls. Well, maybe there is life on this planet after all.
I don't think those are bowling balls. Hey, you shouldn't be touching those.
Well, you're right. They ain't bowling balls. The weight's all wrong, and they don't have holes drilled in them. Hey, you hear that?
You mean the menacing sound of a big rock sneaking up on us?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Well, from the looks of it, I'd say it's a big rock sneaking up on us.
What the flip?
Oh, you better put down the bowling ball real slow and easy, Butch. I don't think the big rock that's been sneaking up on us likes the way you're handling it, and it's staring at us, too.
Okay, here you go.
It's backing off. Excuse me, Mr. or Mrs. Big Rock. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi. Hey, look, it's burning some words into the cavern floor. Me, Horta, these my babies. No kill I. Hey, she's friendly, and she has kids, so it means she must be married.
Mrs. Horta, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Hey, she just crossed out the no from no kill I.
Oh, so much for being a friendly rock.
Looks like this might just be a time to make an exit there, Lehigh. Let me just grab one of these little rocks as a souvenir. My cousin would love to have a real live pet rock.
I don't think she wants you to have one of our babies, Butch. Look out! Is this the end of our missionaries? Will Butch get to send a pet rock home to his cousin? Will Lehigh make him put it back? Is it legal to bowl with a silicone-like form egg? To find out the answers to these questions, tune in next time to hear Butch say,
Okay, lady, back off or the little rock gets it.
Now, Butch, that's no way to talk to a prospective convert. Now give her back her baby. On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Okay. Well, let's see. It's 6:22. And, yeah.
It's you should tune in today for the fun that is remembering how to do this from home.
Yeah.
While
with no
I do
bill.
this too, I have to relearn all of the board and make sure I have everything on time. Plus, now I'm Gina.
Well, you're actually Katie. You're actually me and Carrie because you're running Carrie's.
You're right. I'm double teaming. This is hard. Anyways,
So anyway, we should start the show. Why don't we?
yeah, it's brought to you by Become a Nurse in 32 Months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey today at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollments for the summer semester.
The moon is a waxing crescent moon, just a teeny tiny sliver of a moon, 4.6% of full. Almost not there at all. And today is Monday, the 23rd day of January in the year of our Lord 2023. And this is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, or some of us at least. Kerry Jackson putting his hat on in his basement. Bill Allred, we're hoping he got medicine and he's sleeping.
Yes.
Me, Gina Barberi. Katie for short. She is being traffic, weather, various sports perhaps. She's also running the board back at the station. There's construction going on there. That's why we're on location. And I'm hoping you have Cameron Diaz and Dawson there helping you out, Katie.
They sure are, thankfully.
Oh, good.
I would not be able to do this all on my own.
Well, the check-ins are now. 877-602-9696 is the phone number to check in, or you can text your check-in to 33986. Let's see. Hey, Ian, your Amazon driver here. We miss Bill, but love getting to hear from Katie. Thanks for letting me listen.
Aw, thanks.
Johnny B checking in. I will be factoring in a gas stovetop when I calculate my BTUs and flow rates to determine the natural gas pipe sizes going into the home I'm building. Okay.
See, I think we did that wrong because in our house, our gas fireplace sounds like a jet engine. There's so much gas pressure coming through it. So be careful with that, Johnny B.
Let's see. Colonel Coffee Bean checking in. Cold and slick today. Slow the F down.
Did you have a hard time going into work today, Katie?
I mean, I took it slow. I tried to get here as early as I could, but it wasn't too bad. It is cold though, so it's there are frozen spots. I'll have that in traffic in a little bit.
Zach in the library checking in. I mentioned last week, but there's going to be a read-in at the Capitol on Wednesday from 3 to 6 p.m. It's meant to promote the freedom to read in response to the banning of books in public school libraries. They'll tweet out the information for us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Johnny A. hoping to alphabetically check in before Johnny B. Well,
no, we already got Johnny B.
Didn't make it.
Sorry, bud.
Alphabet don't matter in this program. It's all about what time you send it in. Let's see. Teacher Emily checking in. Good morning, Lords.
Good morning.
Kirk from Orem checking in. I threw out my back last night tearing out my neighbor's gas stove. It's not easy being a part of the liberal elite. Yes, I would say to Johnny B., you putting in a gas stove. I don't know if I'd do that because, people like me, the liberal media elite, are coming to your home to remove your gas stoves.
Somebody said, loved you at Lights Camera Brunch yesterday. Loved even more that our daughter is old enough to now be on our D&D, BRDD to, designated driver to them.
DD. not
D&D. I was like D&D. I'm so confused now.
That's very different.
Our designated driver. Thank you. I think we maybe met them. I know more than one family with kids was there. Mm-hmm. And I think it was her birthday, if I remember correctly.
Tim the Tree Guy checking in. Yesterday it was cool to see you. Lunch lady Katie checking in. Teriyaki chicken rice bowls for lunch today.
That was definitely nothing like we ever got in high school. I'm still to this day so jealous of those kids.
Well, I could just imagine trying to, back in the day, selling it to the Nebo School District. It's teriyaki chicken. Well, what is that? How can I sell this to you? It's a sugar sauce that you'll put on chicken.
Chicken, yum.
Well, then we're in, yes. But if you say teriyaki, it just frightens us. Mm-hmm. So let's see. Vicky and the Angel here. Nice to see you two yesterday. It was nice. Thanks for letting us listen. Let's see. Pocatello, Brian, and Kim had a great time. Oh, yeah, these guys drove from Pocatello.
And it was Kim's birthday, too, yeah.
Yeah, to attend Lights Camera Brunch.
There was a lot of birthdays yesterday, apparently.
Let's see. T checking in, looking for motivation. It's Monday. I really don't want to. I need you to talk me into it.
We barely talked ourselves into doing this today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I would
barely
have been
here.
game if Carrie had said, you know what, if Bill's not here, let's just go back to bed. But no, if we can power through T, you can do it too.
You got this.
You're good
And I
enough.
don't think you guys can hear it, but for some reason, Mohammed got up this morning and he's running on the treadmill downstairs.
Oh.
The treadmill I bought from you, Carrie?
Yes.
He's downstairs running on it, and it's thump, 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 thump.
I'm used to that sound. I don't make that sound myself. I just want to.
Yeah, I make
I hear that sound all the time.
thump. Thump. I'm not thump, thump, thump.
Is he running any place in particular today?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure he's running someplace, but this is a child that does not need cardio. I don't know why he's doing
Unplug it. I don't know what's wrong with it, honey. He won't check to see.
He got up early this morning. He got up with me because he's trying to get up early and get things done. But he's got the soccer tryouts are coming out, and so he's practicing for that.
For the high school?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
For soccer.
Makes sense.
Okay.
There's a lot of pressure in that. I can attest for that.
Yeah,
Training
so
for soccer and tryouts is hard.
Let's see. We need the sound clip. You can do it. I don't have that one.
Yeah, because it's Rob Schneider.
Because
and
it's
we
Rob
don't-
Schneider.
We don't Rob Schneider around here.
No,
I was
we
trying
don't.
to find what would be fun when we were talking last break, but I still now have to refigure out how to use Vox Pro. It's a whole learning curve again, guys.
Johnny B says, I can repel the liberal media elite with my diesel trucks. Okay, you're good. You're doing the Lord's work there, Johnny B.
You know what would be fun?
Thank
you
you.
have it.
That's all I wanted.
I have a bunch of stuff here in my little home studio.
Are you glad to be there? Are you going to lobby to stay home now again that
No.
you're there? No?
No, I'll be honest with you. Well, first of all, I'm having trouble with Microsoft Teams. It's arguing with me all morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't want to talk to my iPad. It wants to talk to my phone, but not very well. So that's what you're watching me on if you're at x96.com/live.
Yeah, it does make you really small.
Well, Katie, this is a trial run. If today, whatever they're doing down there isn't really that noisy, maybe we come back into the studio. Who knows?
We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. Anyway, traffic, please, Katie.
Press the button. Okay, traffic. It finally, UDOT finally worked for me. It was taking a sweet time, but there is a crash in Box Elder just northbound SR 30. Clearance time isn't going to be until 7:45, but it doesn't tell me what side of the road it's on. There is another crash in Millard County. Actually, that one's cleared. That's traffic. It's green. I'm not seeing any slowdowns right now. That's UDOT is showing me, but if you're seeing something different than I am, let me know at 33986. As long as it's safe for you to text, that is traffic for this
All
one.
right. We will take a break. In our next break, we have Full Strength, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, and Amy Donaldson with sports, all coming up in the next break. Stand by. X96.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
I don't know, you might know some of these. It's a list of 20 actors who refuse to work with each other. And it gives you some reasons about it.
Okay.
So here's the first one. Let's see if Gina, I'll read one of them and you see if you know who this person. So Julia Roberts refuses to work with somebody.
Nick Nolte.
Absolutely correct.
How did you... What?
Nick Nolte and Julia Roberts worked on a 1994 film, I Love Trouble. They hated each other while working on the movie.
Wow.
When asked her opinion of Nolte in an interview with the New York Times, she said, "He can be charming and nice and also completely disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care for him."
Mm-hmm.
Number two, and again, Gina.
Okay.
I think maybe everybody knows this one.
All right.
Dwayne Johnson.
Doesn't want to work with Vin Diesel.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely. The reasons are not precisely clear, but Dwayne Johnson has publicly clarified that he does not care for Vin Diesel and does not want to work with him.
Feeling Vin is a jerk.
Number three, Bill Murray.
Who doesn't he want
Well,
to
just
work
about
with?
just about anybody probably. No, but who? Let's see. Now
Bill Murray doesn't want to work with
Chevy Chase?
Now hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't get along.
Well, this is mutual, I think. I was going to say maybe this person doesn't want to work with Bill Murray, but I think it's mutual. No other guesses?
Other than Chevy, no.
Well, according to rumors, while working on Charlie's Angels, Bill Murray criticized Lucy Liu's acting, and she did not care for that.
Yeah.
Lucy Liu.
They got into a big fight and had to be separated by the crew. Number four. Now, I don't even know who one of these people is, so Lena Headey.
Lena Headey.
No, there's no L in it.
Headey?
Everybody makes that mistake. I made that mistake.
Okay.
When I introduced her once, I made that mistake. And she said, "It's Headey."
Headley.
It's somebody named Jerome Flynn.
Jerome Flynn?
They got into a fight on Game of Thrones.
Whatever.
Alec
Oh,
Baldwin.
he's the sweary guy, the sweary fighting guy.
That doesn't help.
The sweary fighting guy.
There was
Braun.
Yes.
Braun.
The sweary fighting guy.
Alec Baldwin.
A lot of
guess?
people.
A lot of people
No,
don't like him, yeah.
This is a particular one.
Okay.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, I
Uh,
can see that.
When they were doing a Broadway play, Alec Baldwin was attacked by Shia LaBeouf for not memorizing his lines.
I can see that too.
He then asked the production to let him quit. Baldwin did, and they instead chose to fire LaBeouf.
Oh.
Sylvester Stallone doesn't want to work with somebody.
He's mad at. Just lately, he's mad at the producer of Rocky IV.
These people he got into a fist fight with this person while on the set of The Lords of Flatbush.
Oh.
A long time ago.
Fonzie?
Richard Gere.
Oh, he doesn't like Gere?
Yeah, they got into a fist fight. Now, it doesn't say why, and that nobody knows quite sure. George Clooney.
Jim Clumby?
Does
Who would
not
Clooney not want to work with?
He just doesn't want to work with this people at all. And he has a good reason.
Okay.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah, I can see that.
Russell Crowe picked a fight with me. He picked a fight with me for no reason at all, and he put out this thing saying George Clooney, Harrison Ford, and Robert De Niro are sellouts. Clooney shared in an interview with Esquire that the actors have not worked together in a movie ever since that happened. Number 8. Well, James Franco, I don't know. Yeah,
nobody gets along.
Yeah, nobody likes James Franco anymore.
This is an interesting one. Wesley Snipes.
Snipes does not want to work with.
He doesn't want to work with the government.
Exactly, the IRS.
It's the other person who doesn't want to work.
With Wesley Snipes.
Yeah. They did a movie together.
Which movie?
A Blade movie, I'll bet.
Mm-hmm. Blade Trinity. It's Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds does not want to work with Snipes.
He will not work with Wesley Snipes ever again, he said.
I can see that.
According to the crew, Snipes was constantly chilling out during the shooting process, and Ryan had to work mostly with his stunt double.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, this is too bad because I feel bad for... Now, this is Kevin Smith.
You feel bad for Kevin Smith?
No, I feel bad for the other person.
So Kevin Smith won't work with, or this other person won't work with Kevin Smith?
Kevin Smith called this person a bunch of names.
Oh.
This person is not capable of responding any longer. Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the movie Cop Out.
Yeah.
Apparently Bruce Willis was
very
difficult.
He criticized his attitude, calling him the unhappiest, most bitter, and meanest emo bitch I'd ever met on any job. He has since apologized, by the way, for his comments. And Bruce Willis, I was just reading something about him yesterday. He is just
he's really gone downhill.
Yeah, he's not well at all. He has aphasia. He can't talk anymore.
Yeah.
And that's why he's been doing all of these direct-to-video things.
It seems like people were taking advantage of him and his
You have one
condition.
more?
I do. I had to click on another link, though, because for some reason it cut
One
off.
more. We'll end on it.
Here, it says there... Oh, no, there isn't another one.
Oh, that's it?
It's 20. I thought it was going to be 20 couples. It's just
20 people.
That's 20 people.
So 10 total.
So I think I did all of them. Let's see. I did skip one, didn't I? No, I did them all.
All right.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Two, 6:40 right now. And we do have sports with Amy Donaldson coming up. But before that, big boy news and Opinioendo now. Brought to you by...
This Valentine's Day, don't stress what your sweetheart wants. Lim Jewelers knows. Diamond stud earrings are 25% off through Valentine's Day. Lim Jewelers, Midvale, and limjewelers.com.
Oh, that's nice and old-timey.
That's
I
what
like
we strive
old-timey.
for here, you know.
Axl Rose, Billy Corgan, and Alanis Morissette played tribute to the late Lisa Marie Presley on Sunday at her memorial service. Presley, of course, died on January 12th at the age of 54. A public service was held at Graceland where various family and friends were in attendance, including Austin Butler, who recently starred in Elvis, and the film's director, Baz Luhrmann. Quote, "Never in a million years did I imagine being here singing under these circumstances," Rose said before performing November Rain. "I do know Lisa loved her family very much and was fiercely protective of her father and his legacy." Billy Corgan performed too, so did Alanis Morissette. People were sort of making fun of Axl Rose, going, "Man, he sounds terrible." He sounded terrible for a long time, for one thing. Give him a break. He's been screaming rock music for decades now.
It'll take its toll.
Yeah. So just him on a stage with a piano singing November. Yeah, he didn't sound great, but it's okay. Let's not make fun of people performing at funerals, okay?
Oh.
And who knew that he and Lisa Marie were buddies? That was news to me. I had no idea.
They didn't date or anything, did they? I mean,
I don't think so.
I don't want to think about that.
No. Well, the Michael Jackson stuff is bad enough. You know?
Well, the Nick Cage stuff.
And she was married to Nick Cage for like 4 weeks or something.
Just what?
Yeah,
Which
just
is-
yeah.
Which is creepy because Nick Cage has an Elvis thing. Like, you know, that had to have something
Yeah.
to do with it.
It's like he has a Superman thing. He has an Elvis thing too.
Yeah. And the Michael Jackson thing, I think, was all wrapped up in Scientology. I could just see the Scientologists going, "Ooh, Scientology super couple." But I watched an interview with her a couple of years ago. She did one of those like 60 Minutes or 2020 interviews or something.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "I'm tired of people asking me about my marriage to Michael Jackson. Was it a real marriage? Yes. Did we ever have sex? Yes, we had sex." Because that's weird to think about. It seemed like a weird, arranged, not
It did.
real thing, but
Like, concocted in a think tank somewhere.
yeah.
What if we
You
were to
wonder
take the
what
two greatest musical lineages? Now, granted, it's not Elvis, but it's his daughter.
But what if they made a baby? What if that happened?
Our original plan was Elvis and Michael somehow having a baby.
But in lieu of that,
But it didn't work out that way. The science wasn't there when Elvis died.
strange happenings at the Sundance Film Festival.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about this, Katie?
Yeah, I did.
You hear about
This
that?
probably popped up in your horror algorithm, I'm guessing. So at Rose Wagner Performing Arts Center, right just next door to us, the studio downtown, had to be evacuated during the Sundance Film Festival screening of Birth, Rebirth, as some viewers reported feeling sick. So they were wondering how they called the paramedics and the police and the fire department, and they were like, wow, is there a carbon monoxide leak? People were nauseated, people were throwing up, people were feeling faint, they checked for gas, they checked for... Do you know what it was?
The film was that bad? No.
Well, no, the film was that disturbing.
Oh, okay, because I read about this thing. The Birth
About the
Rebirth.
movie?
Yeah, it's got some horror elements in there, and
Because maybe you can tell me more about it, because it says this film is categorized as horror science fiction thriller, described as a twisted tale and a chilling fantasy.
yeah, that's not very descriptive, is it?
It says the description says the film contained mature content and may not be suitable for all audiences, but it always says our show says that. But what could it have been? I mean, it wasn't just one person. It was multiple people that were like, I feel sick. I have to leave.
Yeah.
Katie, do you know anything more
I don't
about
know
this?
anything. I don't. I just heard a couple of things and saw some stuff on Twitter, but otherwise I didn't super look. I was a little too busy to look majorly into it at the moment.
Okay, Birth Rebirth. It's a reimagining of Frankenstein. It's getting some good reviews, apparently. Horror film that asks the big questions surrounding life and death with a sly grin while playing out largely within the small confines of a single apartment. Ooh.
Well, I'm curious if any friends of the program went to the screening and can report back to us.
That'd be interesting.
What they saw.
Let's see. I'm trying to see. They're being cagey in their review.
Of course.
Let's see. At the center of this is the compassionate Celie, who spends most of her days working long hours as a maternity nurse while trying to juggle caring for her own daughter, Lila, almost entirely alone. Beneath her is the same hospital. There is the pathological Rose, who works and lives in isolation with a fixation on death. The two strangers define their opposing character traits and fields, soon drawn together when tragedy strikes. They're being real cagey.
Yeah. But it wasn't just one person.
That was multiple.
Multiple people. So much so that they called the fire department saying there's got to be a gas leak. No, it was just that. But this also seems like my conspiratorial mind says, I wonder if these were plant people from the movie who said,
well,
so we get talking about it like this.
You know, I always go there because everything is marketing.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm really curious if anybody went to see that at Rose Wagner and experienced that. I would love to hear from you. You can.
Oh, here's a texter. I was driving by there that night. I saw everyone standing outside. Everyone outside of the fire truck and ambulance. It's because of a sound frequency in the soundtrack. It doesn't matter if you've done another movie before. It's a certain pitch or tone that causes nausea. I don't know. That sounds kind of.
What?
I'm more believing actors. You know.
Okay, we're going to hire
it's
10 people.
Here's $20. Get sick halfway through.
We're going to plant you at different parts of the theater, and I want to hear from people that were actually in the theater.
Yeah.
877-602-9696, or you can text us 33986, or you can email us radiofromhell@x96.com. Maybe we'll have some updates that way. Let's see, what else do we have going on? We've got. Oh, speaking of Sundance Film Festival, there's an article in the Deseret News today, an interview with somebody that we interviewed yesterday, Virginia Pierce. She's the director of the Utah Film Commission. And this interview asks her favorite Sundance films of all time because she's seen them all. And a lot of these are ones that we've seen and interviewed people for. And Whale Rider, remember that was the Maori girl?
Mm-hmm.
We interviewed them. We also interviewed, let's see, Queen of Versailles. Do you remember that documentary?
I do.
That
yes.
Crazy rich people in Florida. Napoleon Dynamite, Secretary. Let's see, The Big Sick, Waitress, Sound City. Those are some of her favorites. You should go to the Deseret News and read the article. She's seen everything and is a good resource for all things Sundance.
I've seen it all, she said.
Let's see. We've got. I'm sorry, I wasn't super prepared this morning.
When is that podcast going to be available, Katie? Is it out there now?
I'm going to post it today. It was my nephew's birthday yesterday, so I had family things going on after the show. So it will be posted later today after the show.
All right.
And I'll share it around for everybody.
Do one more story, and then we'll go to Amy.
I haven't mentioned this yet, but this was the big news story yesterday. At least 10 people were killed and 10 others injured when a gunman opened fire at a crowded dance studio in Monterey Park, California. The suspect, identified as a 72-year-old man, fled the scene, traveled to a nearby town where he allegedly entered a second dance hall before being disarmed that same night. He was later found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound inside of a van in Torrance, about 30 miles southwest of Monterey Park. Don't know a lot about him or why he may have done this. There were some reports that he had been a patron of that dance club before.
And I heard this morning that he was, they found him.
Yeah, in a van.
In a van, yeah.
So we can't ask him.
Yeah.
I guess we can hope he wrote a note somewhere or a manifesto or something. Not that anything explains this, but
yeah.
But yeah, that's enough of that. Maybe we should pivot to sports. How about
weather, traffic?
Well, weather, we're sitting at about 22 degrees outside right now, and we're going to get a high of 30. It's cold. There was a little bit of moisture on the road, so it's a little bit slick. But it's going to be cold. It's not going to be warm by any means today. So bundle up and be prepared for that. Brought to you by, do you owe $10K or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today. And traffic, things still look pretty green and good and happy going. So let's get to Amy.
Sports brought to you by?
Nope.
Okay.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Amy Donaldson Sports brought to you by the Jordan Peele film Nope.
Yep, exactly. It's a great film.
Here it is happening. How are you, Amy?
That's one of the few horror movies I've actually seen. I'm kind of afraid of horror movies, so I don't see too many.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
I don't think you should see this Birth Rebirth.
Yeah, stay away from Birth Rebirth.
No. It's funny because Ed, as you know, very important sports, is a connoisseur of the horror genre. So.
Oh, he loves it. And now, is he watching that Chucky TV series? I keep meaning to ask him, and I forgot.
I think he is not watching that yet, but it's
hard to
watch.
Right
now, there's still enough sports. He doesn't have a ton of TV time, but yeah, I'm assuming he will eventually watch it, and I will not be watching it.
I've got Chucky news coming up in the Geek News on the way, so stand by for that.
Yeah.
What do you got?
We're getting closer to knowing who's going to be in the Super Bowl.
We are indeed. Chiefs beat the Jaguars 27-20, and the Eagles beat the Giants 38-7. The exciting games, though, were the Bengals versus the Bills in the snow. Bengals beat the Bills 27-10, and then the 49ers beat the Cowboys 19-12. And I don't know. I think the Cowboys are cursed.
It felt like the 80s. I felt like I was watching
today. Huh?
Cowboys fans were picking fights with each other in the parking lot. That's how bad it was. I saw video. It was sickening.
Yeah, well, especially that last, and you'll see there were some. Dalton Schultz was he's a Utah kid. Played college ball out of state, but yeah, it was kind of a epic collapse, kind of a Cowboys-esque collapse. So the conference championships are all set. The 49ers are going to take on the Eagles Sunday, January 29th at 1 p.m., and then the Bengals will take on the Chiefs, which is going to get all the attention.
So
that'll be 4:30 p.m. on the same day. Super Bowl, get ready. Start planning your menus now. It's February 12th.
So we're down to 4 teams then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're down to 4 teams. Yep.
All right.
Football season is almost over, and it is very hard for people like very important sports this time of year.
What does he pivot to? What does he pivot to after the football?
Oh, he loves soccer. So
okay.
yeah,
All right.
Football. So yeah, and that was probably, we had a trip, actually a school trip with the kids years and years ago to England, and he had no choice but to get into rowing, cricket, and soccer. So, but actually, he coached. He coached the little kids. That was the beginning of his love affair. But yeah, he's a diehard fan now. So that'll hold him over. But we have we have college basketball. But starting with the number 8 Utah women, they lost to number 4 Stanford on Friday, but they beat Cal yesterday 87-62. There's a 3-way tie, 6-2 in the conference. That includes the Utah women. And then they have number 9 UCLA coming to town on Sunday. And if you can go see that game, go cheer on the women. This is a great team. It'll be a blast. You can also go see them play USC on Friday night. But yeah, number 9 UCLA, top of the conference. That's on Sunday, and that'll be a great game if you are inclined to watch some basketball on Sunday.
Yes.
Utah men beat Washington State Thursday, and then Washington on Saturday, 86-61. The men are now 7-3. I mean, there's a lot of criticism of the men's basketball team, but they're doing pretty well in the Pac-12. They're number 2 right now behind UCLA. UCLA is 8-1. They have Oregon State on Thursday. They'll be out of town this weekend. So, BYU women, they're 6-3 now after beating San Francisco on Thursday, but they did lose to Santa Clara on Saturday, 69-59. They're sitting 3rd behind Portland. And then Gonzaga. Gonzaga is undefeated at the top of the women's standings. Next up for BYU women is St. Mary's on Thursday, 26th, and that's out of town. The men will be hosting St. Mary's Saturday, but they had a tough weekend. And I know Gina has lost a lot of sleep about this weekend, but they lost on Thursday to Santa Clara, 83-76, and then they lost to San Francisco Saturday, 82-74. They're now 4-4 in conference. They're in 5th place and need to figure things out. Utah State men had a super exciting win against San Jose. They come away with a 75-74 win. Weber State, they beat Sacramento State 50-48. They're now 5-2, 3rd in the Big Sky, and they are at Idaho on Thursday, the 26th. In gymnastics, your number 5 Red Rocks fall by a very slim margin to the number 1 Oklahoma Sooners in gymnastics. The Red Rocks did post a season high on vault, and then Jaden Rucker on vault and Maylee O'Keefe on beam. They won the titles in those 2 events. So it was an amazing meet. This is an amazing team. If you have the chance, they are going to be at the Huntsman Center this Saturday. They're hosting Washington. It's a character day, which I don't know how much the gymnasts will participate in this, but there will be like Disney princesses on the concourse and photo opportunities, and I believe it will be televised on the Pac-12 networks. It's a big meet. So
bring your kids. They want your kids there, clearly.
They love kids, and if you haven't taken kids to any of the Red Rocks meets, I highly recommend it. We took our kids when they were young, and just a really great sporting event. I think it actually attributed to them loving sport, going to sporting events, because it's such a great atmosphere.
Because it's just amazing to see what these women can do. It's just they're just astounding athletes. Just
speaking of gymnasts, I know we got to wrap up quickly here, but I'm curious, Amy, what your thoughts are on this whole, I can't remember her name, but that LSU Instagram influencer gymnast.
Yeah, and the guys waiting outside for her, Libby. It's complicated. I think I didn't feel any different. My oldest daughter was like a Jonas Brothers freak, and she was like just obsessed with them. She was convinced they were going to marry. One of them was going to marry her. And this was into her teenage years. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, okay, this should be passing at this point. But we bought the VIP tickets to the concert, and one of my more, bizarre moments, I attended a Jonas Brothers concert with my children and thought, this is really, really crazy. Like, I don't know if you've ever been in an environment like that where it's sexualized, but it's not. It's a kid thing. It's a very,
I
they're
think
like,
you're
I
cute.
love you. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's definitely like, it's a little bit over the line. It makes you uncomfortable. But I saw that. It just brought back that same sort of discomfort when I watched those young men screaming at the gymnast, "You're not Livy, we want Livy." And I think that just because boys are like a little bit more aggressive and it seemed a little bit more sexualized, it was a little bit more uncomfortable. But I didn't see a ton of difference between that and the screaming girls waiting for a little, teenage rock star. It's a crazy kind of confluence of, it made me uncomfortable. I definitely wouldn't be having a talk with my son about treating people that way. The thing we didn't have was girls saying, well, you're not one of the Jonas Brothers, so we don't care about you.
Yeah, that
I think
wasn't
it was
nice,
a bit of a dismissal. And I think anytime your kids are reducing someone to a caricature or a body part, that's when you have to have the conversation about, like, this is a real human being. Like, this is a person, and you have to be respectful. I think that was part of the issue, was some of those comments that were really definitely over the line, you know, about body parts. And that, to me, that's always kind of the line. It is going to keep happening, and I don't know what you do. I mean, this is the name, image, and likeness thing, right? Like, you're going to have.
It's how she's going to make money doing that.
And you can't stop her from doing it, and I don't want to stop her from doing it, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. It brought me back to the whole Jonas Brothers weirdness, and I was like, oh, gosh. Oh,
right.
No. Because it's so weird. Yeah.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks,
Amy.
Anyway, also, lost the match on Friday, so.
All right. AD on Sports on Twitter. She's a good follow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
See you. Traffic.
All right, I did a final refresher on traffic. There is a crash northbound I-15 over in Millard County. It's not going to be cleared until 8 o'clock, so be careful around there. There is some slowing getting into the Spaghetti Bowl going north, so be careful on that. It's going to start slowing down, so avoid that area if you can, or just give some space in between you and the car in front of you. And that is traffic.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back with more stuff. Boner of the Day is coming up. KXRK Provo. BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
Buy 3, get 1 free. This is their special they have going on right now on Nexen and Aspen GT tires. Going on now through January 29th. Tires, of course, you know, Big O does that, but they do a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah. You can go in and get your oil changed, your alignments. Proper wheel alignment is important. Shocks, brakes, fluids, and more. Yeah, the alignment, if it's overlooked as part of your regular maintenance, that can be bad. So getting
It'll wear your tire uneven. And
oh, yeah. So getting a regular wheel alignment enhances your vehicle's fuel efficiency, which is important. Even tread wear for longer life increases better handling and steering, which, boy, I could have used some of that on Sunday. Create a smoother, more comfortable ride. So go in for a free alignment check at the Big O Tire store near you. Go to BigOTires.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb.
Sensuous. Sensuous. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-S-U-O-U-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn is on the roof of his lovely West Valley bungalow installing some new shingles. His friend LeVar is down below on the porch having a nice cold glass of root beer. Again, the word is sensuous. Looks like you're doing a bang-up job with them shingles, LeGrand. That hole's being patched up just fine.
Well, I got to get this done before the snow flies. I don't want no leaking on my food storage room again this winter.
Well, if you don't want no leaking in the food storage, then you should keep LeGrand Jr. out of there.
What?
Nothing. Looks like it's kind of hot up there, LeGrand.
Yep. I'm as hot up here as a tin roof cat house.
You're what?
Nothing. Hey, what's that you're drinking down there?
Rut beer. Nice, ice-cold rut beer. Bet you could use some up there.
I could for sure. I'm as hot as a hot dog with mustard and relish.
Well, say, that's pretty hot. Bet you a nice cold Fanta root beer would sure go down good about now.
Yep, I'm really hot, LeVar. I'm so hot that if you was to, like, hold an old, dry Christmas tree next to me, it would just go up like a match.
What?
I'm a hot tamale, LeVar.
Well, that's hot. Hot for sure. Bet you could use a cold drink. Some Fanta root beer, maybe. Like the one I'm sitting here in the Shays Lounge drinking right now.
Yep. I'm a firecracker, LeVar.
Why would you say that, LeGrand?
Never mind.
I think maybe I'll just get down. You know, climb all the way down the ladder and go all the way into the kitchen and maybe get myself a sandwich and a cold drink.
What, cold drink like a root beer?
Maybe.
Well, what kind of sandwich would you get?
Pickled egg and tuna. Why?
Well, I was thinking that since you was getting down the ladder and going into the house, I mean, since you was doing that, maybe you could get me a sandwich as well and another nice cold root beer too? I mean, since you was already thinking about going.
Look out below!
LeGrand, I was nearly... That flat of shingles nearly hit me. You should be more careful. That was an accident, wasn't it, LeGrand?
I could just listen to that for an hour.
Okay. Well, let's see. We're broadcasting live from our homes today because a couple of reasons. Well, first of all, there is a threat of construction at the building.
Yeah.
Hasn't started yet.
No.
Well,
which is why I'm not hitting my head against a wall yet.
Now, you've been in touch with the people, the construction people.
Yeah, the last I heard is it was still going to start today.
And they're going to be jackhammering into concrete.
Yep, it's a sewer replacement. And so they have to get into the actual concrete itself. So, yeah, it's just great.
Did you have to replace the sewer line to the street, Carrie? Is that what you...
Yeah.
And how long did that take? Just at a house, not at a giant building downtown?
At a house, it took 3 days.
Yeah.
But, that's... Mine is considerably less problematic than an entire building's, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Dunno.
Yep.
So, yeah, they're going to be working on that this week. And
we had septic problems this weekend.
Septic?
Oh.
So at the Christmas tree farm, we're off the grid, guys. We got we got a well and we got a septic tank, which I've never experienced before. And the septic tank basically just takes the waste from your house and just spreads it out in your yard, sort of. I mean, it's underground, but it...
That made it sound so gross.
It goes underground, but that's basically what it does. We have what's called a leach field, which also sounds gross.
Yeah,
leach
where it just
field.
kind of takes it out into the field, and we were going to spend the whole weekend up there this weekend, and the septic system decided it was going to back up.
They're saying, no, you're not staying.
Yeah. And so we think we're off the grid until we have to come back down to the city where we have an actual sewer
Exactly. Is anyone truly off the grid?
I don't think so. No, and I'd be lying if I didn't say I was relieved when I came back to the city and I could just flush the toilet as much as I wanted.
Yay.
Yeah. Mom, what are you doing in there? I'm enjoying civilization. That's what I'm doing.
The replacement of the sewer system, though, or the sewer pipe, it really has me thinking about, well, first of all, my sewer line. It's amazing what you learn from the plumbers. You sit and talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
It was terracotta.
So it was old.
Yeah. And I'm like, who thought that was a good idea? I said, well, they didn't have a choice because it was the war. And, they needed all the steel to make tanks and things.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, oh, but we couldn't do better than terracotta? I mean, really? We couldn't figure something out?
No, it was the war, Carrie.
No, it was the war. So that I learned. So they replaced, well, they didn't even replace it. They put a thing inside of the terracotta to make it so it goes. But then that got me thinking more and more about, well, wasting water, but also I really got in my head on this. I'm really focused about what
goes down there.
What goes down there? What is going down there?
Are you going to stop using wipes? Is this where this conversation is going?
I have.
Oh, Carrie.
I have stopped.
You were the one that won me over to wipes.
Oh, and I still love them. I don't flush them.
You have just like a separate trash for them or something?
Yes, I have a sealed trash and I don't use
diaper
them.
genie. You need a diaper genie.
It's like a diaper genie. You don't use them for the whole job, just the
clean
end
up
of the
at
job.
the end.
Yeah, the end of the job is when you use the one and then you put it in the garbage thing and it seals up. And
how long? You did not alert me to this because the whole reason I use wipes is because you told me to do it. You're supposed to tell me when we pivot. We're pivoting?
Are we? Okay, we're pivoting. I'm telling you now that you need to stop your ways. And and it's not even, people, oh, this woke liberal. No, it's all about being a homeowner and, having
Clogging
to do
up.
that again,
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Plumbers do hate the wipes. They say they
yeah.
clog things up.
This is the biggest thing that scares me about owning my own home, is having to deal with this kind of thing.
Welcome to it, Katie, because right over here, there's some paint that's blistering right over here. That's, and it's reasonably new paint. It's when I built this studio. But for some reason, I got some kind of a moisture situation here and over here. Where that's coming from, I don't know.
But Katie, when you rent, you call the landlord and
Exactly.
say, the paint's peeling, take care of it.
Yep.
The
And he
toilet's
says-
backed up, take care of it.
And that's when the landlord will say, I'll ignore that till next year.
Until I get really, really annoying, and I'm really good at that.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay for it, is the
No,
thing.
I got a new dishwasher last year. It was great.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because mine was rotting, and it had metal pieces that were, like, rusting inside the dishwasher. It was just lovely.
Is that true, Sue? Oh, she's just sending me a disturbing message.
What?
She says, I don't flush my bamboo toilet paper. But the bamboo's supposed to be better. It's supposed to
Yeah.
break down better, so I would think you'd be fine.
What do you do? Does that go in the diaper genie, too?
I guess she is, yeah. She's got her trash can in there. I did invest in a bidet, and I didn't care for it, okay? As people always it's the cult of the bidet keeps showing up all the time. Whenever this is discussed, the cult of the bidet show up.
Because you're still wet.
Yeah.
You still got to use toilet paper, right?
Yes.
You got to tidy up still.
Unless you want to sit for, like, an hour with the air dryer on it.
Mm-hmm. That's a here
Have you
comes the
ever
cult.
been-
Yeah.
Have you ever been washing dishes and there's like a little piece of food in the sink and you get the sprayer and you keep hitting it, but
It won't go down?
It won't go down,
Uh-huh.
so you finally have to take your hand and go, okay. The bidet.
Well,
right? It's the same technology, basically.
essentially, yeah.
But you can't see to make sure everything is happening.
Yeah. Let's see.
Right?
Here's the bidet cult again. Let's see. Demetra in the chat room says we had big sewer problems in the building that I was in at one time. Let's see. I had to get mad at my son after needing to call a plumber twice because he was flushing Q-tips. I had a girlfriend who used to do that. She said it was fine.
No, it's not.
It's not fine.
It's like putting sticks in your toilet.
Exactly. In Greece, they put all toilet paper in the garbage. Yeah. You know, that's where we're at now.
Oh, a lot of European countries. Carrie, you think your terracotta sewer is old.
Mm-hmm.
Try Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows what their pipes are made out of?
Oh, one of my favorite things was we went to this cafe in Paris and went to the bathroom, and it's just there's a hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a nice tiled hole, but it was a hole in the ground. And you had to...
It was a nice tiled hole.
Yeah, you had to crouch down over it. Let's see.
This is why I Imodium when I'm traveling.
No,
that's so bad for you.
I know,
unsafe,
but I'll
Gina.
deal with it when I get home.
So bad for you. My goodness. Plus, doesn't your stomach start hurting after that? Like,
Well, it depends on how long you're gone. It's a couple days, you're okay. But this has been Poop Chat. That's what's happened
I was going to
here.
say, here's another one. My trip to Nicaragua showed me you don't flush anything. All paper and other items go into a sealed trash can. Only water and waste in the pipes. That's where I'm at right now because of all this work that I had done. I'm concerned about even just, my shaving scum. Because I shave in the shower.
I'm sure that's fine.
I don't know. I can't help but feel like it's just gathering,
See, but then you have dogs like Vaxeldan who sheds in the bathtub, and so what do you do about that?
And I'm meaning to ask my groomer about this because she's getting some repairs done while her arm is healing. And she says, I'm having some of the plumbing taken. And I wanted to say, how often does it get clogged with all those
with
dogs?
dog hair, yeah.
Because I know Ripley alone sheds like crazy, and plus all the other dogs that you've got in here.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, traffic, please.
Traffic.
This has been Poop Chat.
Yes.
And just did a refresh on traffic. The crash northbound I-15 at milepost 300 in Salt Lake, which is off of 57th South. The right shoulder is taken up right there, so go around on the left side. It's not going to be cleared until about 8:15, so it sounds like it's a kind of a bigger wreck. And it is starting to slow things down around the junction of I-15 and I-215. And that looks like the only crash that I'm seeing. There's another one in Woods Cross on the off-ramp of southbound I-15. That's not going to be cleared until 8 o'clock as well. Otherwise, everything else looks pretty good. Oh, just another refresher. Eastbound crash, I-215, just about 7th West in Murray. The left shoulder is closed, so go around on the right-hand side. That's not going to be cleared until 8 o'clock, so that's actually backing up more traffic around the junction of I-215 and I-15, and that is traffic for you.
All right. Karen in Wendover says, I am totally off the grid. Septic, well, solar power. I'm also drifted. 5-foot drifts. I can't get the cars out at all. So yes,
she sent me a photo of that just last week, and I mean, Vax would love the snow, but it looks crazy out where she's at right now.
I've never known it to snow that much out in Wendover. Of course, I'm never out there, so I'm just guessing.
Do you want your boner candidates, Carrie? Are you ready for those?
Let's do that, and then we'll get going here.
Boner candidate number 1 is the temp job title was temporary pot dealer. Boner candidate number 2, I'm not as think as you drunk I am. And boner candidate number 3, are those eggs in your pants or are you just happy to see me?
All right. Yeah, see, here's someone who says, my sink hates me shaving. See, that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. It's,
Yeah.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Boner of the Day, Big Boy News, all coming up. Don't forget, Bill Frost will be here at 8 to tell us what's on TV this week. You're going to need that. We got Beat Gina on the way, Geek News coming up, all on the way, X96.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina want to hear from you. Call the radio.
So, the Mandela effect.
Yes.
You familiar with this?
I am.
You hear about this?
It's you believe something to be true,
that it's not.
And it's not.
And it's named after, everybody thought that Nelson Mandela died in the 80s. No, he was just in prison.
Right, for several years, 20 some odd years?
Yeah, he died in 2013.
Yeah.
So that's why they call it the Mandela effect. And I realized that I fell for one of these, and that I found a list.
Oh.
It's kind of a list.
Okay.
People swear that there was a Jiffy peanut butter back in the day.
No. Jif peanut
Exactly.
butter, not Jiffy.
What they were doing in their heads was they were combining Skippy and Jif.
Yeah.
Here's the one that I keep falling for. Looney Tunes. Spell that for me.
Looney.
Yeah.
And?
Tunes.
Tunes is how it's spelled, yes.
Not
but I
T-O-O.
keep thinking tunes, T-O-O.
Like cartoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which actually sort of makes more sense.
The other one is the Berenstain Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's either I've heard this Berenstain or
Spelled their last
Berenstein.
name with an A. The Berenstain Bears.
Yeah.
It's E-I.
The Berenstain Bears didn't exist.
Yeah.
So that's a famous one. Let me ask you this. Does Curious George have a tail?
Yes.
Well, he should have a tail. He's a monkey.
Never had it.
Never
had a tail.
Huh.
He's a chimp.
Oh.
He's never had a tail.
Okay.
Now you're going to tell me that the man in the yellow hat didn't have a yellow hat.
He had a yellow hat. You were right about that.
All right, okay.
But that's one that always. All right.
Well, if he's a chimp, he's not a monkey. He's an ape.
What's the name of the show where those four women are in New York and one of them writes a column and they all get together and drink Cosmopolitans?
Sex in the City.
What's it called?
Sex in the City.
Sex and the City.
Oh, is it and the City?
And the City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was in.
Most people say in the city. Let's see. Febreze. Spell Febreze for me.
F-E-B-R-E-E-Z-E.
Most people
put an A.
Use the extra E. There's only it's.
What you
thought it was Febreze the way you spelled it. That's not correct.
Oh.
It's F-E-B-R-E-Z-E.
Oh, they're not two E. Oh, all right.
What's your favorite kind of hot dog? Brand. I wish I were a
Oscar Mayer.
Spell Oscar Mayer for me.
O-S-C-A-R. I think it's M-E-Y-E-R.
That is incorrect.
An A-Y.
Is it A?
It's A.
Yeah.
Like John Mayer.
Yeah. You like those shoes Skechers? Spell that for me.
Oh, there's a C in there, but S-C-K-E-T-C-H-E-R or something like that.
There's no T in it.
No T, okay. Really?
Yeah.
Sketcher, yeah.
Fruit Loops. Spell Fruit Loops.
Oh, do they spell fruit wrong because it's not real fruit? F-R-O-O-T?
That's the correct one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most people think that it's spelled
But
properly.
they do that so they can say, no, we didn't claim it's actual fruit.
The Monopoly Man.
Mr. Moneybags.
Does he have a monocle?
Yeah, well, it's going to be no,
See,
but I see him with a monocle.
You've started thinking,
Does Nelson Mandela have a monocle? That's the question.
No.
Monopoly Man does not have a monocle.
He should have a monocle.
Is there some character on the Monopoly board that has a monocle, though?
No, I don't know. I don't know. There's no hyphen in Kit Kat.
Yeah.
The Fruit of the Loom logo.
It's grapes and apple.
Did it have a cornucopia?
No.
It did not. Most people think it did have a cornucopia.
It was just sort of fruit hanging in the air.
And then the one of our favorites, Cheez-Its. Spell Cheez-It. Cheez-Its. Spell it.
C-H-E-E-Z-I-T-S.
See, I misled you.
No S on it.
I misled you. It's Cheez-It on the package.
Yeah.
It's not Cheez-Its.
Yeah, there's no S.
There's no Z. Well, people think it's a Z. But yeah, the Looney Tunes is the one that bugged me the most because I fell for that one.
Yeah.
Well, it's just you sort of I can't think of any instances, but I've done that on many occasions, something I've looked at for years, and then I look at it again and go,
Oh,
wait a minute.
that's not right.
I've thought for years that it was this, and it's not. And it's just little things, minor things.
Minor things. Trivial little things, but there you go. All right, 9:41.
Oh, here's one,
Yes.
just quickly. And this was the first argument I ever got in with my wife, and we had to go to a bookstore to get a dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it was detritus, but it's detritus.
Detritus.
Yeah, but I always thought it was detrius. That's
You
how
had
I
to go
read
to a
it.
bookstore to get a dictionary?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we happened to be out.
Oh.
We weren't at home. We weren't at home. I don't even know if we were living together at the time, but we were close to a bookstore. So.
I remember getting into an argument with a girlfriend about pamphlet.
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 Pam.
Is it a pamphlet?
Is it a pamphlet?
I think it's a pamphlet.
Now I can't remember.
Pamphlet.
Pamphlet. Is it?
Is it coupon or coupon?
Well, that's an age-old argument.
There you go.
Could you look that up for me?
Pamphlet it's Pam. P-A-M. Pam.
Yeah,
It's not pamp?
No.
No, Pam.
Pamphlet?
Pamphlet.
Pamphlet. All right. Okay.
Thank God.
Glad we could get this all cleared up for you before the weekend.
Well,
All
now,
right.
right here, this is the cheeriest I've been all show.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I thought me bringing this up would piss you off.
No.
Okay.
No,
All right.
this I like stuff like that.
Okay, there we go. All right. See, it's 7:28 right now, and it is time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, January 23? Yeah, 23rd, 2023. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, the temp job was for a temp pot dealer, right? Isn't that the job? A school cafeteria worker in Louisiana is accused of selling food containing marijuana. WAFB reporting 45-year-old Tamrika Cones, a temp worker working in a school cafeteria at Jewel M. Sumner High School, was arrested on Friday for reportedly selling homemade baked goods laced with marijuana. Authorities in Louisiana said they were notified through a Crime Stoppers app that a cafeteria worker was allegedly selling the homemade edibles. Quote, I want to commend the student who saw something, or maybe smelled something, I don't know, and used the app to bring this threat to our attention at school officials and law enforcement. You know, a narc kid.
Yeah.
You're ruining it for everybody. Cones was a substitute worker hired by a temporary staffing service that places fill-in employees within schools. Officials did not immediately release any information further. No kids were harmed in this incident. Boner candidate number 1. Well, the job I signed up for is for temporary pot dealer, right? That's a temp job. Boner candidate number 2 is, I'm not as think as you drunk I am. Otsego County, Michigan. Being there for your friends is usually a good thing, but 2 friends in northern Michigan found out that being there doesn't always yield a positive result. According to troopers from the Michigan State Police, a Gaylord Post, a woman was stopped after police suspected her of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. During the traffic stop, she said, I'll call a friend. They'll come pick me up. This is not a problem. Well, the friend she called was the friend that she had been partying with earlier. They were doing trivia together. That person showed up to pick her up, also just as drunk as the woman they had pulled over. They both got a ride to jail together. So friends stay together, I suppose. That's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Are those eggs in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
All right, boner candidate number 3. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Hastor Games will be holding a special pre-release event for Magic Set Phyrexia. All will be won February 3rd and 4th. You may pre-register in the store or online at HastorGames.com.
Thank you.
This is going to be the one thing that I say, George Santos, okay, I'm totally good with this one. Representative George Santos appeared to tell reporters on Saturday that he had dressed in drag, but insisted he was never a drag queen. Quote, no, I was not a drag queen in Brazil, guys. I was young and I was just having fun at a festival. Sue me for having a life.
Yeah, then he zinged you with that one. Sue me for having a life. All right, George, you're so tone deaf. It's just sickening.
I mean, a Brazilian drag performer recently told journalists that Santos, who says he's gay, performed in Brazil as a drag queen named Kitara. Now, that's not the same thing as showing up at a festival and having a good time. This person says, no, he performed.
He had a persona. He went that far. Yeah.
The drag queen provided a picture of herself with another person in drag who she said was Santos at a parade in Rio de Janeiro. In a tweet last week, Santos suggested he was a drag performer, said it's categorically false. He's not denying this is him in the picture or him that this other drag queen is talking about.
Yeah, he's parsing it, though, like he has been, like I'm Jew-ish. Yeah. You know, he's parsing it. He's saying, I'm not a drag queen. I may have dressed as in a dress and had a persona, but I'm not because he considers a drag queen something else completely, or at least he wants to convince you that that's it.
If he's gonna, like I said, this is the first time I'm like, okay, maybe George Santos is kind of an okay guy.
And I don't have a problem with Kitara. I'd like to meet Kitara, but it's the fact that you've lied about everything, everything. And the bad part is that your own party is not calling you out on it because they need your vote. And so they're willing to get in bed with a serial liar. They're fine with that. You know?
It appears Santos himself may have confirmed more than a decade ago that he performed in drag in Brazil. According to a Wikipedia entry by a user named Anthony DeVolder, and that's one of Santos's alias. He, quote, says he started his life at age 17 as a gay nightclub drag queen. He wrote that. On Wikipedia.
I'm not a drag queen, though.
That's the crazy thing is most of these things that he lies about are so easy to debunk.
Yes.
It's his own word. You can't lie about when your mom died. People can find that kind of thing out.
This is a new thing that has started, where people are just blatantly lying, and if you catch them in the lie, then they'll double down on it. They'll say,
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. And I mean, I've worked with people this way. I DJ'd for the Sultan of Brunei. It's the hypocrisy that I have a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if this guy were a Democrat, if George Santos were a Democrat,
he would have been gone a long time ago.
it would have been, well, yeah, the Democrats would have kicked him out because look what they did to Al Franken. But he would be, even gone, it would be 3 weeks on Fox News. It'd be 2 weeks on Joe Rogan. It would be, you know, all of those other networks, the Angertainment complex, you know, would just be eating it up if he was a Democrat.
I don't understand, though, and I'm blaming the Democrats for this, too. How were they not able to bring any of this up during the election of George Santos?
Well,
why was none of this brought up before the election? Like, look at all this stuff we looked into.
Because the Democratic Party didn't do their due diligence. They didn't do their deep dive, their detective work into this. There was a small newspaper up north of New York that had all this information. Like weeks before the election, they had all of this, but it was a small paper, and so nobody noticed them because it wasn't a mainstream news outlet. They had all this information, and it was completely ignored. The Republicans knew about all this stuff, but they didn't say anything because they need that vote. They need that seat.
We need to control the House, and he helps us do that.
Exactly. He gets to vote on wars. Think about that. This is not just some silly story. He's voting on wars.
Well, and he got 2 committee assignments, like the Small Business Administration Committee, and he also got some science committee, which is hilarious.
It's just astounding to me. Anyway.
Alec Baldwin will not be charged with shooting the director of Rust. It was recently revealed that the 64-year-old actor would be charged with involuntary manslaughter over the death of Helene Hutchins, who died on the set of the movie in October 2021. However, Baldwin will not be charged with the shooting of Joel Souza, despite the fact that he was hit by the same bullet that killed the cinematographer. The reason being there's reportedly no crime as far as the shooting of Souza is concerned. I wonder how Mr. Souza feels about that.
Yeah.
According to the Santa Fe District Attorney's Office and information obtained by TMZ, the only way to characterize the shooting of Souza was unintentional battery, and no such thing exists. The outlet adds that a battery requires intent, and obviously he didn't intend to do that. It's reported that the case against Baldwin is rooted in alleged recklessness. The head armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, faces the same charge, and both she and Baldwin face a maximum of 5 years in prison if found guilty. Now, I get the armorer. She's the one in charge of the guns and the supposed fake ammo on set. There shouldn't be live ammo anywhere on set. This is the same thing that happened to Brandon Lee.
On The Crow.
Yeah. Thought a prop gun had blanks in it and had a real bullet in it. There should be no real bullets anywhere near a movie set. Now, I don't think Alec Baldwin should be charged because he had a reasonable assumption that that gun didn't have a real bullet in it. However, the responsibility comes in because he was also a producer on the movie. So he's supposedly more responsible for everything that happens there.
I can see that, but at the same time, it doesn't seem right, really. It really doesn't seem right.
I think he will probably get out of this, at least mostly. Let's see. How much time do we have here?
You got time for another story.
Marlee Matlin, Jeremy O'Harris, and Eliza Hittman exited the premiere of a film playing in competition at Sundance Film Festival on Friday night after the closed captioning device failed to work.
Wow.
Matlin, who's deaf, is serving on the jury alongside Harris and Hittman. That means they're the ones that are voting on the award winners for the festival.
That could be a problem for the film.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't really review this if I don't know what's happening.
Exactly.
The Sundance Institute says it was just a technical issue. It's something to do with the Wi-Fi. You know, we've had these kind of problems all the time. Wi-Fi issues. They've fixed it, so it shouldn't be a problem for the rest of the festival. But Marley Matlin, of course, was in CODA, which won all kinds of awards. And we know Marley Matlin. She's been around for a long time.
Yes.
That's enough news, I think.
All right, weather, traffic.
Well, weather, we've got about a high of 30 today. It's currently 19 degrees, but it feels like it's 13 outside, which I can attest to. It was really cold this morning. And so we're going to get partially cloudy, maybe a little bit of sun between the clouds as of right now. And that will warm things up as long as you're standing in the sun. Otherwise, it's still going to be cold today. And then because of that, it kind of led to some slippery roads this morning, thanks to being a little moist over the night. So we've got some slowage on traffic. I forget I'm in charge of that too. There is a lot of congestion. It is backed up between the junction of I-15 and I-215, so be aware that is slowed down. It's heavy traffic, so it's going to be about a 15 to 20 minute delay, so if you can avoid that area as well. Looks like there's a little bit of slowage going up to Bountiful, but other than that, no recent car accidents that I am seeing. The eastbound I-215 crash at 700 West in Salt Lake, that is part of the causing some backup. The right lanes are closed to go around there on the left-hand side. It's not going to be cleared until about 8:30. There was another crash, Washington Boulevard at 4800 South in Ogden, and that's also not going to be cleared until about 8:30, so try to avoid that area as well. And just double-checking message stream really quick. I don't see anything. Everything's talking about Santos. So that's all brought to you by The Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss the 11th annual Bob Marley Birthday Bash, February 3rd at the Stateroom, featuring Natural Roots, Sun Divided, and Fobland Sound. You can get tickets and a full lineup at the statepresents.com. I think it's the stateroompresents.com, actually.
It is, yeah.
This
I always change that in my head, Katie, when I read that. So
I will
maybe
have
you can change it.
I'll look into fixing that one.
I was going to say, shouldn't it be on the paper fixed?
You
but
would
that's
think.
me. I don't know.
But that's traffic for you.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 3. Are those eggs in your pants, or are you just happy to see me? The cost of eggs has steadily increased over the last year to the point where all of us have probably started to price eggs and think, well, that can't be right. But it's true. The average cost for a dozen eggs is over $7 for 12 eggs in some areas. But in Juarez, Mexico, shoppers can pick up a mega carton of 30 eggs for $3.40. That kind of bargain has prompted some U.S. citizens to travel across the border to buy eggs in Mexico, despite the fact that it is against federal law to bring uncooked eggs or poultry products across the border. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, between October 1st and December 31st, it saw a 108% increase in the number of eggs and poultry seized at ports of entry. Quote, my advice is don't bring them over, says Border Patrol Agent Charles Payne. If you fail to declare them or try to smuggle them, you will face stiff civil penalties. Those penalties aren't cheap either. The fines for bringing undeclared raw eggs into the United States start at $300 and could increase to as much as $10,000 depending on how many eggs you can fit in your pants. Before you get any ideas, you can't just declare your egg haul and because it's not legal to bring them across. Now you can bring cooked eggs, they're saying.
Well,
so make yourself an omelet in Juarez and then just take your omelet. It's the biggest omelet you've ever seen. You can. They said personal meals are allowed. This is my 30-egg personal meal omelet I'm taking over the border. Boner candidate number 3. Are those eggs in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
All right, let's review the first 2 and votes.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, the temp job title was temporary pot dealer, right? This is a woman working for a temp agency. She was assigned a job in a high school cafeteria, and she started selling pot brownies there, and some narc kid ratted her out. Boner candidate number 2. I am not as think as you drunk I am. A woman pulled over for drunk driving. She said, don't worry, I'll call my friend. She'll come pick me up. I won't drive anymore. She calls the friend she was drinking with, who was equally as drunk as she was. They both ended up going to jail together. And you just heard boner candidate number 3. Are those eggs in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
All right, there we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, January 23, 2023. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. They'll take your voice vote live in the producer's booth. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, January 23, 2023, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. You can click and vote. Easy. Let's get to voting. You've only got until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Dear Eggs.
Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly. And it says, hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes me my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the 3. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked
Oh,
at
okay.
this point. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really?
Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh no, it says Gumthrie.
Gunthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin. Yeah.
Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radio time.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When
Yeah.
you weren't here? Yeah.
Today, says Matt, it says subject, hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front, and this blood's for you on the back. Of course it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes,
it was Craig.
Craig was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, we have some really interesting people working here. They continued to mumble about how interesting I am, and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is.
Well,
here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank you.
contact her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Matt Timian,
Oh,
our intern.
and Marianne.
Matt and Marianne.
How nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want. Have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can't throw him. I could throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant moral. All right, it's 7:51. Let's award the boner of the day.
And it's brought to you in part by my husband made these tacos where he put seasoned flank steak in a crock pot like all day just to make really good meat to put on the tacos. It was not just like ground beef thrown in a fry pan right before you eat. No, it was slow cooked all day beef tacos.
Oh, I can't remember the name. It's got a name.
Bira tacos or something like
Bira,
that.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Bira, because they got a really good
that's
one.
what we had.
They got a really good one down here at the unfortunately named Santos Tacos.
Oh,
no, they're a great little family-owned shop, and they do it terrific. Anyway, go ahead.
Also brought to you by cold flu season is here. Boost your immunity now with Prime IV Riverwoods. Get a hydration drip, vitamin C with zinc and B12 drip for just $79 introductory offer. Get current offers on their Facebook page at Prime IV Riverwoods or call 385-383-6291.
Made this crema with fresh garlic and lime and cilantro, and oh, it was so good. Let's see. Katie, I don't have the winner, so I'm going to go through the candidates, and then you can tell us who won. Bona candidate number one was, well, the temp job title was temporary pot dealer, right? This is a woman who worked for a temp agency. She was assigned to work cafeteria at a high school, and she was caught selling pot edibles to the kids at school. A Bona candidate number two, I am not as think as you drunk I am. Woman pulled over for drunk driving. She said, no, don't worry, I'll call my friend. She'll come pick me up and take me home. She called the friend who she had been drinking with previously, who was equally as drunk as she was, to pick her up. They both went to jail. And Bona candidate number three, are those eggs in your pants, or are you just happy to see me? The price of eggs is so high, some people are going to Mexico and trying to smuggle eggs over the border.
Which really, how much money are you saving, really?
Well, a lot of people didn't like number three or care for it. Number two was close, but number one was close, but taking it is number two with 67 total points.
I'm not as think as you drunk I am.
There's your boner of the day for today, January 23rd, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Bira
tacos.
Bira.
Yes.
Delicious. I'm told that they should be goat, though.
They should be goat?
They should be goat.
Greatest of all time?
No, actually.
Actual goat meat.
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
What I'm told.
It gets too confusing now that there's that goat saying.
Look, I don't know what it is. It's delicious. That I'll eat it. Okay.
It's fair.
Let's see. So yes, we are one of the last standing live and local morning radio shows.
Well, I'm sitting. I'm remaining seated. But
I'm standing for you guys. It's cool.
And we're doing our shows from our homes this week. Well, the first 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because there's construction happening in our building, and you don't need to hear the jackhammer going while we sit and talk about, fart noises.
Yep.
It's a different kind of noise. Some are acceptable for radio and some aren't.
And then Thursday and Friday, we're going to be up in Park City for Slam Dance and Sundance. So, yeah, all of that happening.
And if you're wondering where Bill is, so are we. No, he let us know yesterday, because as you probably know, he was sick for a couple days last week. Finally decided, I don't know why he waited so long to go to the doctor, but finally went and got tested. He has RSV, and we're hoping he got good medicine, and he's fast asleep right now and getting better.
Yeah. Getting a text I got a message earlier from Ed Brass, because he got the RSV, you remember, when he was he caught it in Disneyland. Ooh.
He was sick for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah, he said it was, and he's had COVID as well. He said it was worse than COVID.
Yeah,
that's what Bill told Katie.
Yeah,
yesterday.
that's exactly what Bill said.
Because we've all, we've gotten our vaccinations for the COVID, so that helps fight it off. But
there isn't one for RSV, I'm afraid.
No. Oh, also Ed's predictions for the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
He says it'll be the Bengals versus the Eagles, and the Bengals will win.
Yeah, I'm a little worried because the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes got hurt in the last game. He was hopping around. He literally hopping throughout the second half of the game. He played, but he was hopping. So I was hoping for a 49ers Chiefs rematch, but
yeah, I wanted the 49ers in there. So far, none of the cities other than San Francisco, I just don't care for any of the cities. That's how I root for football teams. Is I don't care for Cincinnati, and nor do I care for Philadelphia. So I don't have a.
But it's Tigers and Eagles, Carrie. What about the mascots?
Tigers and Eagles?
Yeah.
Got to give it to the Tiger, I have to say. Okay. I'll go with Ed on this one.
Okay, there you
go. Let's see. Do we have time for a list?
I don't think we have time for a list. Because I have two of them, which we can do later. One of them is terrifying urban legends that are actually true. Or
that are actually true.
That's what this list says. Or celebrities who've been robbed.
I'm more interested in the urban legends.
I am too.
Yeah, I don't think we have time for it now. Can we do it a little bit later?
Yeah, we'll have to do it later.
Okay.
I think. But coming up, Bill Frost will either be on the phone or in the studio.
It'll be on the phone.
On the phone to tell us what's on TV this week. And let's see, we've got Beat Gina coming up.
What are our prizes, Katie?
Our prizes, for Beat Gina, we've got the All-Star Monster Truck event coming up at the Maverick Center on February 11th. And it's going to be a super fun event with some of the nation's best monster truck and free track party drivers that are going around. So we got that.
All right.
Monster truck tickets.
Thank you very much. KXRK Provo. We'll talk to Bill Frost after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com. For those of you with less than perfect vision, well, that's most of us, let's be honest. Make 2023 the year that you finally get LASIK eye surgery from Hoops Vision. I love the fact that I did it. I was a coward. I sent my wife in first. I pushed her out in front of me and said, "You go." And she went and came home and said, "Listen, stupid, it's painless." And it was. You just lie down. There's a little bit of pressure on the eye at the most, and you're back up in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and you can see. It's just amazing. Get rid of the contacts. Get rid of the eyeglasses. I hate contacts worse than eyeglasses, frankly. Book your VIP LASIK consultation today and get started on your Hoops Vision journey. They're doing it better than anybody as far as I'm concerned. It's my opinion. 877-30-LASIK or book online at hoopsvision.com. Okay, the shop sells. It's called Celeb. How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery, featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it was it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's a? I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was a yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. You know, a lot of them say, you know, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70, $80 a shirt, but they were they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts. That was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was.
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Sure looked like Don Knotts.
Oh, well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts. You know.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
Tennis joke. Boom. Boom.
I loved it, Carrie. I loved that tennis.
All right, let's see. I think that it is time for Bill Frost to tell us what's on TV this week. Is this brought to you by?
Yes, are subpar TV and slow internet ruining your life? The experts at CableTV.com have reviewed all of the best cable, satellite, streaming, and internet services. Get a better hookup at CableTV.com today.
Thank you. All right, where's my... Come on now. There we go. He is Bill Frost, writing for the City Weekly. And you can see everything Bill Frost at billfrost.tv, right?
Yes,
.tv?
that's the one.
That's the one. It feels
That's
like
the
I'm
one.
leaving something out when I just say billfrost.tv, but there it is.
No, everything I do is pretty much there.
All right. Thank you, Bill Frost. What do we got this week? What are we looking for?
Tonight, I know somebody needs to know this. Season 27 of The Bachelor premieres.
Ugh.
I know people
I know.
that still watch it. I don't get it, but they do.
I shouldn't question because I'm still watching Survivor, but I still have to question.
Yeah. Well, The Bachelor only has like a 4% success rate of people staying together. But hey, keep watching it, kids.
It's true love.
That's the actual math on that one.
Really?
Also tonight, kind of surprising since TNT and Warner Brothers Discovery are pretty much canceling everything before it even gets on the air.
Yeah.
Like, remember Snowpiercer? There's a fourth season out there that who knows where you're going to watch it. But there's a new sci-fi series premiering tonight on TNT, The Lazarus Project. It's a British import. It's basically a clandestine organization that can send the world back in time if we're facing anything calamitous, like an extinction event. It's like, oh, let's just go back a few years and hopefully we can figure it out.
Well, this is handy. I like this.
Yeah, yeah. And what can ever possibly go wrong with that?
Nothing.
Oh,
So
nothing.
so that's the new series premiering tonight. Tomorrow, the return of one of the better comedies of last year, American Auto. This is from
Yes.
Justin Spencer, who gave us Superstore.
Now, people aren't
Dude.
watching the show except for you and me, Bill, apparently.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you really need to watch it. It's got a great cast and some funny writing, and no one is paying attention.
I
It's
think
great.
the title is part of the problem.
American Auto, you think?
Well, you're scrolling, you see American Auto. That sounds like a reality gearhead show or something. It's hard
Yeah,
to
kind of.
tell what it is.
Could be.
Yeah, it is. It'll be paired up with Night Court, which was a huge hit last week. A lot of people watched that. So
I was so
maybe that'll
shocked
get
to
some
see
eyeballs on it.
I seeing those ratings. I was shocked that people went to
I
the
know,
Night
right?
Court reboot for. I mean, that's how badly we're seeking comfort in these days.
Yeah.
Also, tomorrow on Fox, the season 4 premiere of 911 Lone Star. That's with Rob Lowe, and it's not good, but people, somebody's watching it. And also season 2 of How I Met Your Father on Hulu with Hilary Duff.
Oh,
tomorrow.
Don't care.
It's back. Yeah. On Thursday, a couple of anticipated series are premiering. One is Poker Face on Peacock. This is Natasha Lyonne.
Oh,
and
yes.
This is also from Ryan Johnson. The Knives Out guy. So
this should
basically,
be clever.
it is. It's basically they have both said in interviews that basically they miss shows like Columbo, and so we're going to make our own Columbo. It's she's Natasha Lyonne plays a character who can tell when people are lying, and so she goes around from town to town solving crimes.
So she's like,
is it as simple as, did you kill him? No, you're lying. Okay, there's
maybe
got to be
she's-
more to
Yeah.
it than that.
It's a 5-minute episode. Yes.
Yeah, because Daredevil has that ability. He can tell when you're lying because of
Yeah.
of the change in your heartbeat. I don't know if it's that with her.
So can my mom.
Not quite
She
that.
can tell when
Your
she
mom can
knows.
tell?
Oh yeah, she knows.
No, that's
Can't
because
put
you're a
anything
terrible
over on
liar.
her.
That's all.
That's on Thursday on Peacock. Also on Thursday on Paramount Plus, Sarah Michelle Gellar is back on TV with a new series called Wolfpack. It's about good-looking teen werewolves.
She's
And,
done with vampires. She's off to werewolves now.
Yes. Now she's the grown-up in the room, and apparently I don't think she has any innate acrobatic martial arts skills in this one. Probably not. Also, unrelated but not, because it comes from the same producer. It's also on Paramount Plus. Teen Wolf the movie, sort of a capper of the Teen Wolf series from MTV, but now they're like in their 30s, so it's like 30-something Wolf.
30-something Wolf.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
Wolf of a certain age.
Wolves of a certain age. There we go.
Yeah.
That's the name of this episode, by the way.
Also on Thursday, a docu-series, The 1619 Project on Hulu, based on the New York Times, basically looking at history through the lens of slavery and how it has basically impacted everything in modern life.
Yeah. Ron DeSantis does not want you to see this.
I was going to say, can you
So
see
you should
this
watch
in
it.
Florida? Is it available in
Yeah.
Florida?
I don't know if Hulu's blocked in Florida or not, but
Yeah,
it
most-
might be.
Most of the GOP does not want you to see this, which is why I'll be watching it 5 times to help jack the
Just to
numbers
make up for it.
Yeah.
On Friday, Gina,
Yes.
I'm sure this is for you.
What's that?
Movie Shotgun Wedding on Prime Video. Jennifer Lopez, Josh Duhamel.
Yeah.
You know
yeah,
about this?
that's my speed.
You sound excited.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not thrilled, but it'll do. It's like the new Night Court.
Yeah.
It's comfort food.
It's comfort food, yeah.
Yeah.
It's mashed
It'll
potatoes.
do. It's on TV. Why not?
Yeah.
Jennifer Lopez and Josh Duhamel play a couple whose destination tropical wedding is interrupted by, for some reason, a group of terrorists, hostage takers, and it's up to them to save their loved ones. I should mention that it also stars Jennifer Coolidge and Darcy Carden, and for some reason, Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny Kravitz, yes.
And
I was able to
side
watch him
note-
undress. My room was directly across from him. Oh.
Side note,
Yes.
you know who was originally cast in the Josh Duhamel role? Hollywood's favorite cannibal, Army
Really?
Hammer.
Oh,
Army Hammer, and then they kicked him out, or what?
Yeah, he was originally cast in it, and then all this
Oh, wow.
stuff came out.
I'm surprised Ben Affleck didn't jump in there. Free trip to somewhere, you know?
So this is what Josh Duhamel is your replacement, your stand-in.
He's your
You're
Army
stand-in
Hammer
for Cannibal.
go-to, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Cannibal stand-in,
Also-
Josh Duhamel.
Cannibal stand-in, yes. Also on Friday, a movie from Blackish creator Kenya Barris. It's called You People.
Yes.
Starring Eddie Murphy, Nia Long, David Duchovny, Julie Louis-Dreyfus,
Yay.
and Jonah Hill.
Now, have you seen this, Bill? I read a good review of this.
I've seen some of it. Yeah, this is you're getting husky Jonah Hill.
Yes.
Just so you know.
Which is
And
the one we
he's,
like, yes.
Yeah, so it's basically an interracial couple and how they're dealing with their parents' reaction to said coupling. David Duchovny and Julie Louis-Dreyfus play Jonah Hill's parents, and Eddie Murphy and Nia Long play Laura London's parents. And wackiness ensues.
So it's a Jewish family meeting a Muslim family, and
Yes.
all of the fun that ensues.
Yeah.
And they just are in
Also
love
for-
and want to be together. Why can't we just have nice
Exactly.
things?
Yeah. For the young adult book crowd, there's a new series on Netflix on Friday, Lockwood and Company.
Yes.
It's about a group of teen ghost hunters in London.
Because apparently only
And, this is-
only kids can see the ghosts for some
Yeah,
reason.
this is from created and directed by Joe Cornish, who brought us Attack the Block, and produced by Edgar Wright.
Oh, okay.
And the difference with these ghosts is they can kill you.
Yeah.
They're not
This
they're
could
not
be
passive
good.
ghosts.
Yeah, they won't just
Yeah.
slime you or possess you; they will kill you.
Edgar Wright is Baby Driver.
Yes.
And Last Night in Soho, and plenty of other stuff.
He was this
and
close
also
to
on
Andy.
Friday,
This close.
of course.
Yes.
On Friday on Apple TV Plus, Shrinking. This is from the creators of Ted Lasso, along with Ted Siegel. Is basically he's a therapist, Jason Siegel, but he's had some recent tragedy in his life, and he's decided, screw it, I'm just going to tell everybody the absolute brutal truth. Like,
Oh.
he can't be fixed. Yeah. He goes a little off the rails.
You're the
His partner
problem
in the-
here. You're the
Yeah. Yeah. His partner in the practice is include our Harrison Ford, who's apparently now is a TV star,
Yeah.
and Jessica Williams from Two Dope Queens and The Daily Show.
Oh, she's good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
is this
for
any
sports
good?
fans,
Because it sounds good. Have you seen any
yeah.
of that?
From what I've seen, yeah, so far so good.
Okay.
It kind of lives up to the pedigree here. And Saturday for the sports fans, the WWE Royal Rumble. It's crickets. Okay.
I know, right?
We don't have Nick Davis here.
I don't know who's in it.
Somebody
Oh,
cares.
I can tell you. Well, of course, there'll be the 30-man and also the 30-woman Royal Rumble, which you toss everybody out of the screen. If you're the last out of the ring, if you're the last one there, you're the winner.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if the WWE has 30 women to wrestle, but I guess they'll find somebody.
It's good. They'll just start
you
bringing
got
people
Bray-
out of the seats.
Yeah. Bray Wyatt versus LA Knight. Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens, and Bianca Belair versus Alexa Bliss for the Raw Women's Championship. And that's all on the Peacock.
All
And
right.
that's it for the new stuff this week. And last night, Paul T. Goldman, I don't know if you're watching it or not, it wrapped up. And I would recommend you watching it if you like things like The Rehearsal, if you like being faked out and not knowing if this is real life or not.
I gave up on the rehearsal. It made me. It gave me stress.
And we started Paul T. Goldman. I think we got 2 episodes in, and I just couldn't handle it. I just can't do it.
Yeah, it's the rest of it is probably not for you.
All right. I mean, I liked The Rehearsal, but this Paul T. Goldman was particularly disturbing. Was getting
Yeah,
George
it's a bit
Santos
much, yeah.
vibes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's Paul T. Goldman. And it actually, I think it premiered before all the George Santos stuff started coming out. So it's pre-mission, really.
Just all of these things that are happening to him, I'm just like, did they though? Anyway, is that everything, Mr. Frost?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Bill Frost. Everybody.
Thanks, Bill.
BillFrost.tv. Read his stuff in City Weekly. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Traffic, please.
Traffic, I just did a refresher. There is a lot of slowage on I-15 going through Sandy right now, so if you can avoid it, it's heavy traffic going on right now. There are a fair amount of crashes, which I think are leading to this problem. There's a crash northbound I-215 at 29th South in Salt Lake, which has got the right shoulder all blocked up, so go around on the left-hand side. There's another crash just on California Avenue, the northbound I-215 west. The right shoulder as well is taken up there, so that's not going to be cleared for a while, so go around on the left-hand shoulder if you can. And then there is another crash just northbound I-215 at 19th South in Salt Lake. The right lane's closed as well. I did get a text from a listener that there was a four-car accident on I-215 North just on the I-80-201 East exit. It's all blocked, so please try to avoid that if possible. There's just a lot of slowage going on. I think the roads were a little bit icier than people were expecting, and they weren't giving enough space in between each other. So traffic's going to be slow around the Sandy on I-15 area, but that is all that I'm seeing. If you see something different than I have, please text it to me at 33986, as long as it is safe for you to do so. And that is brought to you by Apply Now for Lyft Credit for $500 to $5,000 in just 5 minutes at a rate much lower than payday loans. And you could even qualify for instant funding. Go to liftcredit.com. That's liftcredit.com.
Beat Gina happens whether we're in the studio or not. So 877.
I need my beating. It just happens.
877-602-9696 is the number to call. Line up now. Play the game. It's a multiple choice pop culture trivia. What is the prize that you will? I mean, you might win. If
You will, you might, you win. It's the All-Star Monster Truck event that's coming into Maverick Center on February 11th with an all-new lineup of the nation's best monster truck and free track parties that are going on. So you could win a 4-pack of tickets from us for beating Gina.
Monster truck tickets. Your
Monster
kids will love
trucks,
those.
yeah.
So get in line now. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Line up now to play the game, and then we'll get to some big boy news after that. X96.
Hi, this is Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X96.
I've become addicted to something.
Again?
Yeah.
Again.
Watermelon is something I could take or leave.
Can
most
I
of the
guess
time.
what you're addicted to?
You probably know then. Yeah.
Tahini.
Yep. Oh my God, it's good. Watermelon with tahini sprinkled on it is just, I can't get enough of
Actually, pretty much any fruit with tahini sprinkled on it. Pineapple, it's really
I
good.
haven't done it yet.
Oh, yeah.
But it's, oh my God, it's good. It's I was just reading about it. Jicama. And I thought, oh yeah, that would be great. Have jicama.
I love tahini.
So if you don't know what it is, it's a seasoning blend. It's made of dried chili peppers, but really mild. It's not really spicy. Dehydrated lime juice and sea salt. That's
it's
basically
the best flavor.
It's so good. And tahini comes from Zapopan, Jalisco, Mexico, founded in 1985 by Horacio Fernandez. The company was very successful in Mexico. They brought it to America. It's been doing well here, and I can't get enough of it.
Mohammed has his own private bottle that we are not allowed to use. There's another family bottle of tahini, but he has his
Mohammed's secret stash, eh?
I have mine too. I have one.
Private.
Provo, Ogden y Lago Salado es X96 con Kelly Pellicina, Radio del Infierno en la mañana.
Now
Speaking
in Mexico, they use it on corn. They'll put like roast corn, ear of corn, and they'll put cream cheese on it, or sometimes mayonnaise.
Yes.
And then sprinkle tahini on hot corn, and it's good.
Seriously, Mexico?
Mohammed has started doing this thing, and I fully support it because he needs all the calories he can get.
Yes.
Where I go down to say goodnight to him at 9 or 9:30, and he says, "Oh, yeah, I'm hungry. I'm going to go make myself a burrito." He's been making burritos at 9:30 at night, and he go for it.
What does he put in his burrito?
Like he makes them like a breakfast burrito, like rice and eggs, and that's his nighttime before bed.
Some hot
snack.
sauce in there, maybe.
Yep.
Like if you've ever had a Bloody Mary, or not a Bloody Mary, a margarita, and they rim the glass, and it's not salt, and it's something else, it's probably tahini. And and then maybe you're now going, oh, that stuff.
I support this addiction, Bill.
Also great on Clausen pickles, someone says.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love pickles. I'm going to try it today.
We put it on popcorn.
Ooh, that would be good too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I use it in scrambled eggs.
Really?
It's hard to think of something that it won't go with.
I've just been kind of cautious with it. I guess.
No,
I've had it on corn and watermelon, and that's it.
It's okay. You don't need to be cautious with your tahini. You can be willy-nilly with your tahini.
My oatmeal that I have in the morning.
I don't know. Oatmeal, maybe
I don't know
not.
if I'd go that far.
No, probably. I'm just looking. I'm looking at tahini recipes now. You can use it in drinks as well. Apparently.
Let's ask Jimmy next time he comes in to give us some drinks featuring tahini.
That'll be Friday.
Yeah, we'll give him a heads up so he can sort of.
So you can ask him.
Be thinking about it.
Tahini recipes in your bar.
Now they also tahini. The company that makes it also makes they call it a fruity chamoy hot sauce. It's a liquid. It's not so tahini is powdered. A powder. But this hot sauce is, and I've got a bottle of it, but I haven't even used it yet. But it shows pictures of them putting it on eggs and and then somebody's made like a quesadilla and then just drizzled it all over the quesadilla. So
somebody says it's best on mango.
Yeah, that's what the article I was just looking at said. The very best is mango.
Ooh, cucumbers. That's a good idea.
Somebody says with beer.
Huh?
A friend of mine puts, let's see, on fried chicken.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to go wild here. I know. I'm going to go wild. I have a bottle of that hot sauce. There's a mild and a hot version of it. But I haven't really been able to figure out what to use it for. But now I will.
Apparently, there's Tahine candy.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Katie's saying yes.
Is that right?
Where do
Tahine
I get that?
Probably at Rancho Market.
Now I know Katie loves Takis, and those are from Mexico too, I think, aren't they? Takis?
Don't know.
And she loves the Takis, and recently Takis has now come out with a chip. It just looks like a potato chip. So that
takes all the fun out of Takis.
Well, that's what I thought too. And my son apparently they got a bunch of them at the Fear Factory to hand out to.
No.
Because they're scary.
And they're intense.
We flattened out your Takis.
Yeah. And so he brought some home, and I couldn't. Oh, they're awful. Ugh. They were like barbecue flavor, and they were.
Well.
It's Joni Ola again. After all, we finally found out that Bill has RSV, so now we're quarantining and leaving Johnny Ola at home, my father, with him to deal with him. So you get to hang out with me instead of my little sisters, and, well, it's all brought to you by Monster Trucks, because they're awesome, and they're loud and big, and well, they're going to be here on February 11th to do the All-Star Monster Trucks going on, and you could win tickets to that. But let's get into the best host that I know, the host with the most wonderful man I can know. It's Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Hopefully your dad is okay.
We'll see. We'll find out later.
All right. Let's see. Looks like the randomizer has chosen our contestants, and our contestant today is Paige.
Hi, Paige.
Hello, Paige. Are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Paige. We're going to toss a
Hello.
coin. We're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. You call it heads or tails.
I'm calling heads.
All right. Coin toss app says tails.
Oh, Paige.
Oh, what does that mean, Jana?
Okay.
Well, Paige, you're one step further away from winning those monster truck tickets. Monster Jam?
Monster Truck. Monster Truck
Truck.
tickets. Yeah. It's the All-Star Monster Truck event.
I didn't want to get that wrong. So, Paige, you still can win, though. There's a chance. You're going to win anyway. There's still a chance that you could win.
All right, Paige. Gina gets the first question. It is multiple choice pop culture trivia, potpourri today, because we got a whole bunch of. You should see this. It's seriously, I have a stack of leftover questions
Let's
like
work
this.
through it.
Maybe we should work through it. I'll have some new ones tomorrow, though. But let's begin. Gina, the first question is for you, Kevin Costner trivia.
All right.
We got a couple of those. Kevin Costner trivia. Gina, while filming Robin Hood, how did Kevin Costner break his nose? Was it 1, he hit himself in the face with his sword? Was it 2, he was watching Sailor Moon and was trying to mimic her transformation move where she twirls with her foot in the air?
Yes.
3, a horse he was riding brought its neck back too fast? Or 4, he was drumming on his steering wheel to the Moana soundtrack a little too enthusiastically?
I'm going to guess his sword came up and he hit himself in the face with his sword.
That is your answer?
That is my answer.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no.
Nope. Oh, no. Paige, you could steal this question.
Hello. KK. Run him, let's see, not the sword.
Not the sword.
Not
The second
Moana.
one, he was watching Sailor Moon and trying to mimic her transformation move. 3, a horse he was riding brought its neck back too fast. Or he
I'm
was
going
drumming.
with the horse.
Going with the horse? Well, that is correct.
A point for Paige. That's 1-0, Gina. And Paige does have control of the question right now.
All right. Paige, more Kevin Costner trivia. While filming My Bodyguard, Costner bonded with Whitney Houston over what? Was it 1, growing up in the Baptist church? 2, pot, Xanax, Flexeril, and Benadryl? 3, they're both huge foodies? Or 4, they're both members of the Pretty Guardians, the official Sailor Moon fan club?
That's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
I'm going to go with Baptist.
Baptists are correct.
Oh, that's another point for Paige. Gina, you're not doing so well. It's 2-1.
I can get it. I can get it.
So you know, this game show bell is wreaking havoc with poor Hudson over here.
Oh,
He's not
no.
happy about it at all. All right, let's see. Okay, so this question is for Gina. Steve Buscemi trivia. Buscemi. Buscemi.
We all say it wrong, I know.
It's Buscemi. Let's see. His father, John, had hoped to be a television cameraman, but ended up with what job instead? His father.
Father, okay.
Was it 1, a snake milker? 2, a golf ball diver? 3, garbage man? Or 4, dentist? But he refused to see his own children as patients. He didn't feel like it was professional.
It could be any of those. Garbage man?
Garbage man is
Oh,
correct. Sorry.
finally, a point for Gina. That's 2-1. And now Paige has control of the question.
More Steve Buscemi trivia, Paige. How did Steve Buscemi fracture his skull when he was young? Was it 1, stick through the brain, a 3.5-foot, 13-pound rod that he was using to pack a hole with explosives? Boom. Stick through the brain. Or 2, he got hit by a bus? Was it 3, his overalls got caught in a factory machine that transport metal parts as the mechanism yanked him through a 5-inch opening, dragging him along the conveyor? Or 4, he fell off the monkey bars?
Brain fracture or skull fracture. B.
Hit by a bus? Correct.
Oh, and Paige takes it.
And that is the
3-1.
Although the last one was very exciting.
Well,
I could
Paige,
picture it in my mind.
you win those All-Star Monster tickets happening February 11th at Maverick Event Center. So well done for beating Gina. Congratulations.
Fair and square.
Thank you, and I'm sorry.
Don't
I'm
apologize.
sorry, she says.
Don't
I'm
apologize. Hang on the line. We'll have either Cameron Diaz or Dawson get some information from you and get you those tickets.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
I'm gonna head out of here. I gotta go take some stuff to Bill and my father because, oh boy, Oh, boy.
Take him some chicken soup and juice.
That's the plan.
I'm sorry, both of you. The bell really is messing with them. They're like, what? What? Okay, Ripley.
They're both under the table there.
Well, Ripley's under the table. Hudson's over here trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, the bell goes away. The bell's a bad thing. It goes away. No more bell. Let's get to Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by.
Listen to Radio from Hell all week long to win an immunity armor drip from Prime IV Riverwoods at 4801 North University Avenue in Provo. There's more information over at x96.com, but if you text HYDRATE, HYDRATE, HYDRATE to 33986, text it right now, you could win an immunity armor drip. This is an infusion that provides a pick-me-up for your immune system with vitamin C, zinc, B vitamins, and more. It's a $250 value. And, well, you don't want to miss this. It's Prime IV Riverwood.
All right, thank you.
Well, the days of zippity-doo-dah, zippity-a at Disney parks in the U.S. are about to be long gone. That's why folks are forming massive lines for the final go-round. You know what this is,
They
Gary.
did over the weekend. Today is when they start to tear it apart.
Tons of Disney and Disney World patrons posted photos and videos Saturday and Sunday showing them waiting for their chance to hop on a log and cruise through Splash Mountain one final time before it officially closed down for reimagining starting today, like Carrie was saying. The classic fan fave is going to be worked into. Do you know this, Carrie?
Yes, the Princess and the Frog is what it's going to be themed after.
I think that'll be super fun.
They're
It's
also
gonna be
going to
called-
change. Yeah, they're going to change the thematics of one of the restaurants there in New Orleans Square. They've decided to embrace that whole thing, which is a good idea. And they're going to change, I think is it called the French Market? I can't remember the name of the restaurant there. It will be themed after the Princess and the Frog, too, because the girl in that movie had her own restaurant.
Yeah,
Yes,
Tiana,
Tiana.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
So the ride's going to be called Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and the whole point of that movie is she wanted to own a restaurant.
Yeah,
That
she was
was the
saving money
whole-
for it.
And
So
so
that
that's
makes
what
sense.
that's what they're retheming the restaurant as well as the ride itself.
It's long overdue, probably.
Long overdue, absolutely. Yeah.
How long will it take them to revamp that, do you think?
That's going to take close to a year. It will take a while because, I mean, you've got new elements you've got to put in, completely new computer systems. Some of the animatronics they can reuse, and they will. Like at the end, the zippity-doo-dah part at the end of Splash Mountain with like the chickens and everything dancing on they're going to reuse a lot of that. And those actually came from another ride that they've repurposed these same animatronics for. So they'll incorporate some of that, but it'll be pretty much close to a year to get this done.
Are you sentimental about Splash Mountain, or is this okay to?
Yes and no. I don't mind it changing because that was Walt's vision originally, was that the Disneyland would constantly change, you know. So I'm okay with that. There are some rides you shouldn't touch, of course. Like
What are your no touches?
Don't you dare touch Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, whatever you do. It's the one ride that takes you straight to hell.
Actual hell.
Yeah.
And it gets hot.
Other than that core of classics, you know, the Snow White, the Pinocchio, the Peter Pan, you can change things in the park. But, you know, you keep that cluster right there, but you can change things.
Salt Lake man has been charged with kidnapping after police said a teenage victim used the Safe UT app to get help. Police were dispatched on Saturday to a call regarding a 14-year-old girl who they said had been abducted by an older man and was being held at an Airbnb. Upon arrival, Salt Lake police said they found 26-year-old Jonathan David Ep Simonji in bed with the victim. According to probable cause statement, he released the victim upon police arrival but proceeded to lock himself inside the residence. After negotiations, he eventually stepped out of the home and was immediately detained. The 14-year-old stated she was walking home that night when he pulled up beside her in his vehicle. He reportedly offered her alcohol and asked her to come with him. After refusing, he followed her and grabbed her. When she tried to break free, he warned her that he had something on him. Fearful that it was a weapon, she went with him. The victim said she tried to reach out to some of her friends for help but was unsuccessful because he tried to take her phone from her. She quickly downloaded the Safe UT app. This is why your kids should all have that on their phone already. Anyway, it worked. They have a crisis chat tip line that allows now it's not just for things like this. It's like, if you're at school and you see something hinky or you're worried about somebody maybe harming themselves or others, you can do all that with the Safe UT app. This worked for this girl to have police come, so congratulations to her for being smart and thinking that through. And
that's great.
And it worked. Let's see. Pamela Anderson's book has come out. And here are a few things that we have learned. One of them is Tim Allen is as gross as you think he is.
Yeah, he's a POS.
Now, this is an excerpt from her book, and he has commented on this and said that never happened. I totally believe her on this, because listen to what it says that he did. Former Baywatch star was 23 when she encountered Allen. Remembered that she was the Tool Time girl on Home Improvement. That was one of her first jobs, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Tim Allen was 37 at the time. She was 23. She said, quote, "On the first day of filming, I walked out of my dressing room and Tim was in the hallway in his robe. He opened his robe and flashed me quickly, completely naked underneath. He said, 'It's only fair because he's seen me naked and now we're even.' And then he laughed." That totally sounds like something he would do.
But nobody asked for that. Ugh.
Yeah.
Now he denies it. He's like, "I would never do that. That would never happen."
Sure, yes.
Why would she make that up? And that sounds like him, doesn't it?
Exactly. I mean,
she
I don't believe everything that comes out of her mouth, but I believe this,
She also said that her Tommy Lee is still the love of her life.
Really?
Still. And that her divorce from him was the hardest, lowest, most difficult point in her life. She still loves him. Oh, I mean,
She has terrible taste in men, though.
Yeah, Kid Rock. She was married to Kid Rock for a while.
Look at every guy that she's ever been involved with, and it's just a list of poor decisions, right down to Julian Assange. Just,
Well, and she married some other guy, like her bodyguard or something, for a couple weeks. Do you remember?
Yeah.
You probably don't even remember that. She did that for a while.
It was fast. It was.
It's a lifetime of poor decisions for Pam Anderson. And Intermountain Healthcare officials are providing safety tips for sledding after multiple crashes and injuries this season. We've had a lot of snow, so a lot of people have been out there. And you think sledding's harmless? No, you can get concussions or worse. They're saying you should wear a helmet.
Of course.
Like if you have a ski helmet, that's great. If not, wear a bike helmet. Be careful where you're sledding. Make sure because sometimes you don't realize how fast your sled will go, or it could go into a road. And so Intermountain Healthcare says, let's be careful there.
All right.
That's your news.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Sports, we got Jazz. They're going to be playing the Hornets today at 7:30 tonight at the Vivint Arena. So it's going to be a fairly busy downtown night, so be aware of that. Utah Grizzlies, we are currently playing the Rapid City Rush. It's going to be in town, and that's going to be on Wednesday. So if you want to go to a Grizzlies game, that'll be super fun. And then, of course, BattleBots is still going on. There's a new episode on Thursday, and there's some really great contestants, and I'm really excited to see Robot play because it's a giant frog robot. That's your traffic, brought to you by, if you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you are interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, your comprehensive list of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com. Weather, it's 22 degrees outside. We're going to get a high of 30 to 31 today. It's going to be fairly fairly sunny right now. It looks really sunny outside, and there's no clouds that I can see, although maybe a little precipitation later today, but we'll see about that. It's Utah after all. So, currently 22, so it is cold, which does mean that some of the roads could be still icy, so be aware of that. It looks like a lot of the slowage has cleared up. Sorry, I forgot about that. Looks like a lot of the slowage has cleared up. There is still some backup on I-15 in around Sandy, so avoid that area if you can, or slow down. Otherwise, let's see. The latest crash is northbound I-15 in Beaver County. That's not going to be cleared until 10:30, so it looks like a fairly big crash. There's another crash northbound I-15, 8th North in Orem in Utah County. The right shoulder is closed as well, so go around on the left-hand side. And that is the latest I have. If you're seeing something else, please let me know at 33986, as long as it is safe for you to text that. And that is all brought to you by Discover the Mysteries of Space at Clark Planetarium, with educational films exploring science themes and free interactive exhibits throughout the museum. The whole family is sure to discover something new. More at clarkplanetarium.org.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Geek news after these. Stand by. X96.
Guys.
Geek News brought to you by...
Brought to you by Listen to Radio from Hell all week long to win an immunity armor drip from Prime IV Riverwoods at 4801 North University Avenue in Provo. More information at x96.com. But if you text DRIP, D-R-I-P, to 33986 right now, you could win an immunity armor drip, which is an infusion that provides a pick-me-up for the immune system with vitamin C, zinc, B vitamins, and more. It's a $250 value, so go to Prime IV Riverwood today to get some cool stuff.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Pedro Pascal is having a week.
Oh, well, he's having a year, isn't he? I mean,
a year, really. Yeah, he's he's on that show, the Last of Us on HBO, which is just breaking records left and right with viewership. And he's also got Mandalorian season 3 coming soon, and the trailer, which we talked about last week, the trailer set a record. Mandalorian Season 3 trailer draws record 83.5 million views in the first 24 hours.
Wow.
That's just for the trailer, so that everyone could go, how did Grogu get back? I don't understand that.
And you told them what to go back and watch. What
I
are
told
they
you.
supposed to...
You missed the Book of Boba Fett, clearly, because there's like 2 episodes that explains why Grogu is back. Anyway. Yeah, go and take a look at that. Be one of the 83.5 million that watched it. We're all excited about it. This is one more thing, and then we'll get to a trailer that I want you to go and look at. This movie, Megan.
Yeah,
with the killer doll, huge. Already a sequel, of course. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But they're bringing it back. It's going to be called Megan 2.0. Too Megan, Too Furious. Katie, appreciate
Search
that.
for Curly's gold.
So they're bringing it back. And there was a fun little Megan parody on Saturday Night Live. If you didn't see it, if you're a fan of Megan, you can go and watch that. What's her name? Williams, Allison Williams. Is that her name? She was in it.
They had a ton of cameos, didn't they?
Tons of cameos last night. So go and take a look at that. Also, might I suggest you start making it the thought of your Halloween costume to come. Try to do it well, because everyone's going to be doing it.
I was going to say everyone's going to do it.
Yeah, try to do it well. Okay, here's the trailer that I want you to watch. This is for a TV series that's coming on Apple TV+.
Okay.
And, even if you don't watch the show, I want you to see all the production that is involved in this thing.
I'll look it up. Where am I going?
The show is called Hello Tomorrow, and you have to say it that way because there's an exclamation point. Hello Tomorrow is the name of the show.
Not in a world like this, where you can have it all. We live with miracles at our fingertips. We got robots taking out the trash. We fly to the stars. And that's what I want for you and your families. That's the dream you all deserve. Soon you folks will be saying, wow, I love living on the moon.
Yes, that's what this is about. It's about a group of salesmen
We're changing lives.
who are selling timeshares on the moon.
That Billy Crudup?
Billy Crudup, who will play Bob Dobbs in the movie someday. That's a private joke. The aesthetic of this whole show, the look of it, is that future thing that we all dreamed of. Everything looked like the 50s, but, we had flying cars, and we had robots that would walk your dogs. It's like the Jetsons almost. It's got this wonderful aesthetic that I just love.
Beautiful, yeah.
Fast and loose, why can't we?
Hank Azaria?
The music can't stop, because we get to dream on a better tomorrow.
I left my whole life for this.
So it's got this vintage production design. That's reason enough for me to watch it. But apparently there's a big secret. Are the timeshares a scam?
I can't fix.
Are aliens in fact real? Both, maybe?
When is this supposed to be? What year is it supposed to be?
It does not say. I think it's its own animal. I think it's its own timeline.
Doesn't start when you land on the moon. It starts today.
So they got these flying cars, but they still have black and white TV. I just love stuff like that, But that starts, the first 3 episodes will be on February 17th. It is a 10-episode season every Friday through April 7th on your Apple TV+. It's a retro future world. Hello, tomorrow.
It looks cool. I like it.
Salesman in the future. All right. Bill Frost touched on this just briefly. If you are a fan of the Snowpiercer TV series, your 4th season is done. It's ready. You won't be able to see it.
Not available anywhere.
It's all part of that, because TNT is part of Warner Brothers, and this is what they're doing now, is that they're finishing shows and then just throwing them away because they make more money with a tax break than they do showing these shows.
I mean,
it is.
You get people invested in something, and you made it. It's there.
Well, exactly. I mean, you paid for it. They don't want to pay the royalties. You know, when the show's viewed, a certain amount of money has to go to the actors and the production people and the directors and the writers and all that, and they don't want to pay those people. But here's the bad thing, is that when a show is not seen somewhere, if you worked on it, you don't get to count it on your resume. Because it was never seen, yeah. I mean, I'd put it down anyway. But this is your Warner Brothers Discovery at work. They would rather do that. So screw y'all. And if you're a fan of Snowpiercer, you don't get to see this. They're shopping it around. Somebody maybe will pick it up. I would think Roku or Pluto TV or something. But what a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
To have to go searching for it. The same thing happened to Chad Season 2, that show that I love.
Mm-hmm.
They just tucked it away and said, no, we're not going to pay y'all for it. The other news we got is, I don't know anybody who's watching these shows. Not even Ed Brass is watching the Chucky TV series.
And
but,
it's for him, and he doesn't watch it.
It's made for him. The Sci-Fi Channel has renewed not only Chucky for a 3rd season, but they have renewed a 2nd season for a show that, again, is just passing under the radar, Reginald the Vampire.
Never heard of it.
Exactly. It's based on Johnny B. Truant's Fat Vampire novels, which star Jacob Batalon, who is Ned from the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah,
you know, he's the man in the chair. And he's been turned into a bloodsucker. So you're getting a season 2 of that. That you'll be able to see. Rebel Moon, this Zack Snyder project that Netflix wheeled up a boatload of money in front of Zack Snyder's house and just dumped it on his porch and said, go make a show. He has said that he's wanted to make this movie Rebel Moon, that he says it's his Star Wars. You know, it has that kind of potential and all of that. He's really playing it up. And Netflix got a look at it and said, it's so long that, it's so good that we're making it into 2 movies. It's a Zack Snyder movie. It's too long. Nobody's telling him to edit anything. So December 22nd is when you will see that. Also, this is either good news or bad news, depending on who you are. Tron 3 is moving forward. Good news. With Jared Leto. So there's the caveat.
Carrie, he can be good. He is an Academy Award-winning actor.
He can be, but ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present as my evidence Morbius. All right, that's all.
But there are other things.
All right, thank you. Traffic, please, Katie.
Yes, I just did a quick refresh. The crash in Beaver County is still going on, not going to be cleared until about 10 o'clock. Let's see what else. The northbound I-15 crash at 8th North in Orem is still taking over the right-hand shoulder. It's not going to be cleared until about 9:30, so go around on the left-hand side there. The northbound I-15, there's a crash at Beck Street, just at US 89 in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is closed there, so go around on the left-hand side. It's not going to be cleared for another 30 minutes or so avoid that area. And also a crash northbound I-15 at 102 South in Salt Lake, and that's the left lane is closed, so you're going to have to go around on the right side. Otherwise, everything else is looking pretty smooth besides a bit of backup around I-15 in Sandy. So that is your traffic.
All right. KXRK Provo, we will take a break. We will be back. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity Game. Line up now, 877-602-9696 and play. You will win what fabulous prize do we have?
Oh, that's right. You're going to win some Salt Lake Film Society things. It looks like we've got a theater concessions package with free popcorn, drink, candy, and some hot food items. It's going to be pretty cool, so you can go see a film and have some free concessions going on.
Nice. All right. So we got that for you. Coming up with Frank Christ Presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. After these, X96.
You know, I've got a list we could do here.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I also have a list. that
So?
we
both have lists?
So what?
So does that mean
we should
dueling lists?
I mean, we could do both lists.
Well,
all right. What's your list, Bill?
15 flirty texts to send someone who's at work.
Gina?
I have historical facts you'll regret me telling you.
Okay.
History.
It's dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
What? So who goes first?
Coin toss app will determine. Let me call it in the air, Bill.
Heads.
All right. Coin toss app says tails.
It all you rig it so because she always goes
It's
first.
an app.
Gina goes first.
Okay, historical facts you'll regret me telling you.
All right.
Number 1, King Tut's parents were brother and sister.
I knew that one.
Ew!
I knew that
What?
one.
DNA samples from King Tut reveal his parentage was from an incestuous relationship and also contributed to his early death at 19.
So, how about this? These are flirty texts you said to somebody at their work. They're guaranteed to make your crush smile at their desk. Here's one. I hope you're not working too hard today. You'll need some energy later tonight.
Oh. Okay.
In 1494,
Columbus went and shut the door.
Europe experienced the closest thing to a real-life zombie attack. In Italy's Renaissance period, the dark side, sailors returning from the New World, that's here, a massive outbreak of syphilis, which spread through the entire French army. The troops then brought what would become known as the Great Pox to the rest of Europe. They had no antibiotics back then. The disease was able to spread unchecked, and its effects were nasty.
I'm taking notes, by the way.
Skin on the victims' faces would rot away from the disease with ulcers. In some cases, noses, lips, or other body parts were gone.
Wow. Okay.
A concurrent syphilis outbreak was basically
right.
a real-world version of the zombie apocalypse.
Okay.
Like being in class. God.
All right.
Okay, here's another one. Let me know how your meeting goes. I'm sure you're going to crush it. That's not a very good
That one's a little weak. You want to try another one?
Yeah, let me do.
I'll give you another one.
Okay, here we go. Meet me for happy hour at 6. I want to see how your butt looks in those slacks.
That's just gross.
And using the word slacks is not flirty in the slightest.
No, it's like getting one from something from your uncle.
19th century New Englanders dug up a woman's body because they thought she was a vampire. The Rhode Island accused vampire in the late 1800s, a bout of tuberculosis struck Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And residents didn't know what to make of it. Since its victims tended to look sunken, pallid, drained, people assumed they had fallen prey to vampires. So naturally, a vampire hunt soon commenced.
Of course.
With the members of a Rhode Island family began dying of consumption one after the other, townspeople decided somebody's feeding on these people. Even after the mother and her 2 daughters died, the townspeople decided to exhume the dead bodies, suspecting that they were the undead.
Well, that's just science. Okay.
I just finished my notes here.
All right.
We were in our history class. How about this one? I left a little note in your lunch today. Just don't read it in front of your coworkers.
Ooh.
Huh? Huh? Guaranteed.
But that means that you'd have to also make sure you wrote a note and put it in the lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thomas Edison created a creepy baby doll. Thomas Edison created the first ever talking doll in 1877.
1877.
He was able to produce a line of baby dolls with wooden bodies, porcelain heads, and miniature phonographs in their chest, like a little tiny record player that played really creepy kid songs in it.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see. How about this one? Mike, no. No. Paying attention to this Zoom meeting is hard when all I can picture is you kissing me last night. Flirty.
Give me another one.
Okay, one more. Making my afternoon coffee run, but getting a snap from you might be a better pick-me-up. I think you mean a picture.
Yeah.
Dentures used to be made from the teeth of dead soldiers.
Ah.
I don't even need to go into that. Just that's all you need to hear.
That's all I need to hear.
Dead man's teeth.
Dead man's teeth.
You don't come back from dead man's teeth.
Well, the thing is they looked real. So,
That's true.
So let's see. How about I wish you were cuddled in bed with me instead of sitting at your desk.
That's kind of.
These are really lame.
I know.
These are weak.
How about let's see. The dogs and I can't wait for you to bring home the bacon after work. The dogs mostly for the bacon.
What?
These are not good.
That one.
Well,
How about another one?
All right. Let's see.
Dead man's teeth is hard to come back from.
Yeah, it is. I've reread the same sentence in this email 5 times because I can't stop thinking about you.
Well, that's just ADHD.
That's terrible.
That's reading comprehension is the problem there.
Yeah.
That's not flirty at all.
No. Nope, it isn't.
Researchers once turned a cat into a telephone. A live cat.
How?
We know what you're thinking. You got to be kidding me, this says.
Oh, God.
In 1929, a pair of scientists at Princeton University wanted to test how the auditory nerve perceives sound. Their test subject? A heavily sedated but alive cat.
Ooh.
They cut out part of its brain and attached one end of it to a telephone wire in its auditory nerve and the other end to a receiver.
Yeah.
When one scientist said something into the cat's ears, he could hear it through the room, using the cat as a telephone.
I don't believe this in the slightest. That's made up. That's absolutely made up.
This aided in researchers developing cochlear implants. This experiment.
Now, go ahead.
How's work going today? I'll bet it's hard being the biggest hottie in the office.
Even Nick doesn't think that's very good.
Even Nick?
Even Nick.
Even Nick?
I mean, Nick's a low bar. That's
No
why I'm
kidding.
saying even Nick. What were the titles of your lists?
This one is 15 flirty texts to send someone who's at work.
Okay.
Historical facts you'll wish I never told you.
Based solely on the titles, I'm afraid Gina wins because those were things that I
wish you didn't know.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I'll get you next time.
Did you bring bells today, Frank?
Sorry, that's my keys.
Keys
my keys
the
to my
electric
apartment
scooter?
and my
Oh,
scooter. And
oh, okay. And do you have a Foot Locker somewhere that you keep stuff in?
yeah, I have a locker. Yeah. I have a
Extra
picture of-
sides?
Yeah, I have a picture of Orson Welles up in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the celebrity Grim Reaper, who's a friend of ours.
Yeah.
Frank Christ is here to play Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Now, precious celebrities are Frank's favorite, and his curse is that he has to take their souls across to the other side.
It's because I love our precious celebrities so much in my life.
See, I would think with it being Sundance going on in Utah, you would just be hovering around Park City. Just, you never know when.
Oh, I am. I'm hovering I'm allowed to be 1,000 miles above Park City. But luckily I have sight beyond sight, so I can look down and see all the celebrities. I can see them from 1,000 feet.
Well, Frank is taking a
Oh,
moment
look,
out
there's
of his...
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yeah,
I'll leave her
right.
alone.
No,
She's
don't go
fine.
anywhere near her.
She's just fine.
Carrie will be fairly mad about that one.
But thanks for taking a moment out of your busy stargazing schedule to play this game with us. We have a contestant on the line, I believe.
We do. It's Sheen.
Sheen.
Hello, Sheen. Are you
Hey.
there? Okay.
Sheen, is that short for something? Is that...
No.
It's just Sheen. Okay.
Just see.
Well, Sheen, how are you today?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
That's good to hear, Sheen. Well, you're going to play this Dead Celebrity game with us. I'm going to read you a list of 4 celebrities. 3 of them, Frank, how are
they're
they?
fine. They're just fine. I've never met them.
But one of them Frank has met, has passed on. Frank has booped them on the nose and escorted their soul to the other side. So it's your job, Sheen, to identify which one of these celebrities is dead. And if you do that correctly, Katie, what does he win?
You're going to get a concessions pass to the Broadway Theater and get some free popcorn, drinks, candy, and hot food just to go see a movie. It'll be great. You'll have all the snacks.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, the list today is cast members of the Brady Bunch.
Oh.
Cast members of the Brady Bunch. Number 1, Alan Melvin. Alan Melvin. Alice's on-again, off-again partner in life and at the bowling alley was Sam the Butcher, played by Alan Melvin, a renowned character. So renowned, he was name-checked by the Beastie Boys in their song Shake Your Rump. Alan Melvin embodied the meat man.
Now, did they ever in any of those extended episodes did Alice and Sam ever get together?
Yeah, they got married.
Oh, that's lovely.
Isn't that nice? He doled out lamb chops and bad puns. He was one of those guys for the Bradys and other customers. Alan never appeared in any of the reunion series. I don't know if Sam was written out of the series, but number 1, Alan Melvin, Sam the Butcher. Number 2, we have Maureen McCormick. She played Marcia, the oldest sister, the oldest daughter of the Brady Bunch. She had some trouble in her outside of the Brady Bunch hood. She experimented with drugs. In her memoir, she admitted she spiraled downward in a path of self-destruction that cost me my career and very nearly my own life. This came out in 89, so who knows what has happened since then. Number 3 is Barry Williams. He played Greg, the oldest son of the Brady Bunch. He's kept a low profile over the years. He's had some small roles on TV and movies since then, had a couple kids. Let's see. And finally, number 4, we have Christopher Knight. He played Peter, the middle son. He married America's Next Top Model winner Adrian Curry in 2006, and they starred in a reality series, My Fair Brady, before breaking up in 2011. He married his 4th wife in 2016, Christopher Knight. So there's your list, Sheen. Who is no longer with us?
Number 2.
Number 2? I'm sorry, no.
Terribly sorry.
No, Maureen, you would think
She's
with
fine.
her drug
She's just-
problem,
Yeah,
she would.
She's just fine. Ben Stiller is obsessed with her.
Well, because he married, what's her name? Christine, what's her last name?
Dead ringer for Marcia.
Yeah.
Dead ringer. He's obsessed.
But that's not who died. Sheen, I'm gonna give you another chance. Let me read you this list again.
Thank you.
Is it Alan Melvin, Barry Williams, or Christopher Knight?
Oh, it's Alan Melvin. That's what I meant the first
Sam the Butcher, of course.
I thought you knew that one.
He's locked in the icebox and can't get out.
Alan died in 2008. He's locked in the icebox. Sheen, you correctly identified our dead celebrity, which means you get the Salt Lake Film Society prize pack Katie was telling you about.
Yeah, so
Sweet,
hang
thank
on
you.
the line and somebody will take all your information for you.
All right. Thank you.
Hang
All
on
right,
the
Sheen,
line,
thank
Sheen.
you.
Thanks. Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't guess Christopher Knight because, boy, I'll tell you, that Adrian, that model, nearly killed him. Nearly killed him.
All of the kids are still alive. Cindy, Brady, Susan Olsen, Eve Plum, Jan.
Cindy's a Trumpkin, though.
Oh, is she really?
Yes. Tragedy.
Mike Lookenland, he's a Utahn.
Local.
He lives in St. George, I believe. They are all still with us. Mom and Dad, Robert Reed and Florence Henderson. You took both of them, Frank, didn't you?
I didn't want to. Robert Reed, he turned me on to Mervyn's. That's where I buy my robes.
Turned you on to Merv.
He told me, he says it's a wonderful store with good clothes at good prices. That's where I buy my robes.
Okay.
It's the signature collection. Mervyn's,
Yeah.
you can see the tag. Has anyone seen Richard Dean Anderson?
Oh, no.
MacGyver?
No, leave him alone. He's
73
fine.
today.
No, he's
fine.
How about Robin Zander? Cheap
how's
Trick
Robin?
singer,
Yeah.
70?
There's some hard living there.
Yeah, I'll stay away from Mariska Hargitay.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's fine. She's good.
59. She's 50.
Yeah, oh yeah, she's fine.
All right, well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye. Off to hover 1,000 feet over Park City.
Yes.
He's got to be quiet because he's in Park City now.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Okay, let's take a break. We will be back with some news after these. X96.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director.
Senior. Spell it with me now. Senior. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-do's for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while head to the class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand. You remember me out in the parking lot and
You over to the seminary building? We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. And I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on head of the class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She's probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar. You care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer. Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this. We got a short Big Boy News and a Pinuendo now, brought to you by...
Hurry into your locally Big O tires now through January 29th and buy 3 tires and get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Nexen or Aspen tires. Big O tires, the team you trust.
Of breaking candy news, this just in.
Okay.
It's from the M&M's company. It is breaking news. Here's their press release. America, let's talk. In the last year, we've made some changes to our beloved Spokes candies. We weren't sure if anyone would even notice, but Tucker Carlson noticed, apparently.
Well,
but
he was aroused by the green M&M, and so that happened.
We definitely didn't think it would break the internet, but now we get it. Even a candy's shoes can be polarizing, which was the last thing that M&M's wanted, since we're all about bringing people together. Therefore, we've decided to take an indefinite pause on the Spokes candies.
Oh, come on. Tucker wins?
In their place, we are proud to introduce a new spokesperson for all America can agree on. Maya Rudolph.
Well, yes.
Oh, yes.
Beloved Maya Rudolph, we are confident Ms. Rudolph will champion the power of fun to create a world where everyone feels they belong. Now, we do all love Maya Rudolph, but
again,
I hate that
Tucker wins.
Yeah, I hate that he wins.
And really, M&M's, did your sales drop that much that you felt like you had to do this? No, they didn't.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe they did.
I'm telling you that
maybe they're the woke candy now that you don't eat anymore.
Oh, these red state people, they're still eating their M&Ms.
Let's
That bothers
see.
me. That just bothers me.
I'm doing this story because the kids are in school. Cumberland, Rhode Island. A young Rhode Island girl has finally figured out how to determine if Santa Claus is real.
Oh.
DNA. The
Problem?
little girl
All right.
sent a partially eaten cookie as well as a couple of gnawed-on carrot sticks to the town's police department to ask them to be tested for DNA. Chief Matthew Benson said this in a statement on Friday. Apparently, this is real. I took a sample of a cookie and carrots I left for Santa and the reindeer on Christmas Eve, and I was wondering if you could take a sample of the DNA and see if Santa is real, the girl wrote. Cumberland Police Department says. They forwarded the evidence to the state's Department of Health Forensic Science for analysis. Quote, items to be examined for traces of DNA compared with profiles on record of the above-named suspect and aliases, the department's form says. The charge? Failure to finish the snacks. This young lady has obviously taken her keen sense for truth and investigative process and did a tremendous job packaging her evidence for submission. We'll do our very best to provide answers for her, Benson said. I mean, I don't think Santa leaves DNA.
See, I was going to say, first of all, a magical being, question of DNA. Then you would have to get a source of the DNA to prove that it is matching.
Right.
And you can't get from the... What, are you going to go through his garbage? What?
That's what they do now. Or,
You know?
or go to, Ancestry.com and see if Santa's related to anybody. I'm going to be following this story for you till we get some answers.
I wouldn't want to play in that reindeer game.
One more story?
Sure.
A campaigner who's tried 3 times to have Ozzy Osbourne knighted said she has good reason not to give up after receiving a letter from the UK government. Heidi Medotis is saying that the petition to elevate the Black Sabbath icon to the status of Sir, which has received 35,000 signatures to date. In her latest update, she reveals an encouraging response sent by the Department for Digital, Cultural, and Media Honors team. Quote, as you are aware, Mr. Osborne's been under consideration for an honor for a while. Unfortunately, to date, he has been unsuccessful. I'm sure you'll appreciate this is an extremely fierce competition for a very limited number of awards. However, I can confirm his case remains under consideration at this time. Sir Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. No.
No?
No. Because then he's not the Prince of Darkness anymore. He's officially approved, you know.
Oh, he hasn't been the Prince of Darkness for a long time.
That's true. We got a couple of ideas here. It says, oh, my goodness, we got a new show, CSI North Pole, Cut the Checks.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my favorite text. And you know, I'm so cynical when it comes to marketing. I should have realized this, but this person says, this sounds like a Super Bowl ad stunt for M&M's.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I hope that's right. I don't want the right-wing cancel culture. You remember how they're so upset about cancel culture,
Yep.
but they want to bury Dr. Seuss and M&M's.
I hope that's true. See, Carrie, this might make you watch the Super Bowl to watch for the M&M ad.
I watch anyway because we usually get Marvel movie commercials. And things
That's
like
true.
That, so. But anyway, weather.
Weather. We're sitting at 24 outside right now, 24 degrees. It is sunny, but we're only going to get a high of 31 today. There is a little bit of a chance that we might get some clouds and precipitation later today into tomorrow, but that's very low right now. It is very sunny. I'm not seeing any clouds in the sky, so stay in the sun. You'll stay warm right there. That's your weather.
We'll take a break. We'll be back after these X96. Because
Do we still have popcorn in the building?
Yeah, why?
Because we should get rid of it all.
This might be the evidence that we have some. I'm eating it. God, you're a genius. You should be a detective.
Everybody knows you're eating it
Can we get rid of all the popcorn in the building so Bill doesn't eat it on the air anymore?
I'm attempting to get rid of it right now. I'm eating it.
But the fact that you have a small bowl of it tells me there's a bigger bag of it on your desk, and we'll be enjoying this
There
for
are
weeks to
3
come.
big bags of it on my desk.
Mm-hmm. You know,
and don't worry yourself about it. It's fine.
If you would hurry and eat it, then he wouldn't be able to.
So I need to take care of it.
You need to take some initiative.
She
there.
won't touch any of it.
I will.
No, this is Thai curry coconut. She
Yeah,
won't
no,
touch
I
it.
won't eat that one.
And then there's white cheddar pepper.
No, I
she
won't.
touch that.
Nope.
And then there's seaweed.
No,
she
I-
won't touch that either.
I like the rosemary truffle one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was the first to go.
Because it's the best.
Because it's the best.
No, it's the only one you'll eat. Does not mean it's the best.
If it's gone, it's the best.
The Thai curry coconut is the best.
Is that what you have
It's good
there?
too.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks we'll be enjoying.
No, I'm taking it home today.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. I'll take it home.
Okay, good.
And,
yeah.
you don't have to call attention to it.
No, I don't, because everybody can tell.
No,
And that's really why he wanted to get off the phone. He has a phobia about hearing people eating.
Oh, they couldn't tell.
They could.
No,
Yes,
they can't
yes, they
tell.
can.
You cannot tell that I'm eating popcorn on the air right now.
No.
There is no way you can tell. I'm a professional and I know how to do it. I am a professional radio personality who knows.
I was going to say,
Now, if it was TV.
Half of that sentence is true.
If it was TV, you could tell because you'd see me doing
You
it.
think Dan Rascone has stories of news anchors eating?
I bet he doesn't.
Listen, I've seen Dan Rascone pick his teeth while doing a news story.
On a live shot?
Yeah. Standing there with a toothpick going, well, tonight's news.
Atropos tweets, I hope that someday I can win a prize and have Bill ask me questions with a mouthful of popcorn.
Listen, these are our friends. You eat popcorn with friends. These are all our friends.
It just is going to make people hungry. That's what it does.
I am hungry now, actually. Talking about all
Well,
this.
the popcorn, there's
Thai curry.
on his desk.
Thai curry coconut.
Please, Larry Gelwicks is on the phone from Morris Columbus Travel.
The getaway guru?
The getaway guru, Larry Gelwicks.
I know him. I've seen him on TV.
On the TV. Larry, are you there?
I am, and thank you for having me on X96. It's a great station, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
And I got to tell you, I was given the nickname the Getaway Guru about 20 years ago. I host a travel show. It's a syndicated travel show every Saturday. And when the studio gave me that name, I said, don't call me that. That sounds so cheesy. But they kept doing it, and it stuck, and I'm quite fond of it now. And my children even call me, oh, the Guru's home.
you should own it, Larry.
Yes, embrace the guru, because you do
I
know
agree,
your stuff.
I agree.
You do know your
Well,
stuff.
thank
Every
you.
time I listen or see your show, you know your stuff.
Well, thank you. You know, travel's coming back so strong right now. We've had this pent-up demand for a couple of years through the pandemic, and now everybody wants to get out of Dodge. And a great place to plan your perfect vacation is at the Utah Travel Expo this weekend.
This weekend at the Mountain America Expo Center down in Sandy, the Travel Expo is happening. A lot of vendors and suppliers will be there, of course. Larry, you're going to be there, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I'll be there, and I wouldn't miss it. I'll tell you, the Utah Travel Expo, it's the 27th annual Utah Travel Expo, sponsored by Morris Columbus Travel. And catch this, guys. It's Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th, with over 100 travel suppliers and vendors, meaning airlines, cruise lines, resorts, hotels, tour companies, destination specialists, travel equipment people. They're all there, over 100 of them, and there are exclusive discounts available only at the Utah Travel Expo.
So they'll help you book your travel right there? Can you book a whole trip while you're there?
Yeah, you really can. The travel advisors, the travel experts at Morris Columbus Travel, where you always travel more and pay less, they will be there. And I'm going to give you an insider secret. You can sign up to visit with one of the travel advisors. Sometimes, you know, the line gets backed up. And so rather than wait, which you're welcome to do, you can make an appointment during the expo or for the next week, and they'll call you so you don't have to stand in line.
These travel groups. Now here, I need to speak on a personal thing here. We wanted to go to Italy, and we heard about this tour group that was going, and we thought, we don't want to do that. We don't want to be on someone else's schedule. We don't want to travel with all of these strangers. That just sounds, we'll do it. We went ahead and did it. And I'll be honest with you, it's one of the most memorable trips we've ever taken, because the tour group, they have the inside knowledge. They have the connections on the ground. We were able to get into museums without waiting in line. We were able to get into the Vatican without waiting in line, because you're with this group. They usher you right in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the people that went with us, they were cool too. But you didn't have.
What's nice about it? What's nice about a group tour? You want to see who is your tour leader.
Yes.
And what's his or her background. But the only thing you have to remember about a group tour is what time to show up in the lobby that day.
Exactly.
Because everything else is included for you.
I was drunk most of the time. It was just show up and be in the lobby. It was fabulous. Yeah.
Well, some good Italian vino right there. I'll tell you one other really exciting thing about the Utah Travel Expo this Friday and Saturday at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy are the free hourly travel giveaway prizes. Such things as a deluxe Europe river cruise with airfare.
Oh, that's a
Caribbean
big prize.
cruise, a Hawaii vacation. The list goes on and on. Every hour, a travel award will be given away, and somebody's going to win it, and it may as well be our X96 listeners.
There you go.
Exactly.
So where do we get details and tickets and all of that? It's this weekend at the Mountain America Expo Center.
I'm going to let you know an insider secret. Perhaps I'll lose my job.
Don't do that.
But here's what all right, now, all of the details, I'm going to give you two websites.
Okay.
All of the details about the expo are UtahTravelExpo.com. That's UtahTravelExpo.com. And we actually will have the expo in St. George this Wednesday at the Hilton Garden Inn.
Oh.
But and then the big event this Friday and Saturday in the Salt Lake area at the Mountain America Expo Center. You can see the list of seminars. And by the way, all the vendors, we're going to have some 30-plus information seminars, meetings. I'll be doing 4 of them on Friday at 5 o'clock and 7 p.m. And then on Saturday, my seminars are at 10 and 3 o'clock. Now, all the details and ticket information at UtahTravelExpo.com. Now, it is a ticketed event. It's only $6, but hey, that's a cheeseburger and a Diet Coke. I'm going to tell you how to get a free ticket.
Oh, okay.
It's a different website.
All right.
UtahTravelExpo.com is the information. You can get a free ticket at MorrisColumbus.com/free. The only thing better than cheap is free.
Yes.
MorrisColumbus.com/free for the Utah Travel Expo. You don't want to miss it. It's absolutely fantastic. 100-plus travel vendors, airlines, cruise lines, resorts, hotels. And what you can do is sit down one-on-one with representatives of airlines and cruise lines, resorts. Bring questions. Is this the right fit for me on my vacation, or it's something else? And then pick up exclusive discounts you can only get, including cruises with free airfare thrown in at the Utah Travel Expo.
All right.
That's great.
There's Larry
This
Gelwitz with
weekend.
the secret hookup for you. All right. Well, Larry, thank you so much. It's great having you. Great having you on. Thanks for telling us about this. People are getting a little.
It makes me want to plan a trip.
Little cabin fever kind of.
It really does. Now, I have one favor for all our X96 listeners. I will be in my famous Aloha shirt, my trademark Aloha shirt. Would you just come up and say, "Hey, Larry, good to see you. Thanks for being on X96." And I'll see you then at the Utah Travel Expo this Friday and Saturday at the Mountain America Expo Center. All the details at UtahTravelExpo.com.
Thank you, Larry.
Thanks,
All
Larry.
right. We'll talk to you later.
All
Thanks
the
for
best.
being here.
Bye-bye.
We'll crawl towards the exits after these X96.
is what we've got here.
Oh,
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
list.
list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just, because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start
Jaundice,
to turn yellow, it's jaundice.
yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah, no,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Is there a reason? Give us a reason.
On this day, well, two things. You didn't want to hear the song that we were going to play again. On this day in 1984, Duran Duran released New Moon on Monday, the second single from their third studio album, Gina.
Seven and the Ragged Tiger?
Very good. I knew you would know.
Very
Wolves
impressive.
of a certain age have that album.
That's right. So there you go. A little on this day action for you.
We have a few minutes here. And
Yes.
if I could favor you with a list, if you would like.
Oh, is this that the urban legend one?
Urban legends that are actually true. At least according to MSNBC. So.
All right, let's get this going.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Terrifying urban legends that are actually true. The first one is the killer in your attic. In Germany in 1922, a farmer named Andreas Gruber, not Hans Gruber, Andreas Gruber, noticed small things missing or being misplaced. His family also heard footsteps in the attic when all of the family was accounted for. A few weeks later, the entire family was found slaughtered in their home, and the identity of the mysterious killer remains unsolved.
See, that's like an actual fear of mine.
Killer in the attic?
Yeah. There's been too many stories, and I've seen videos of this thing, that kind of stuff, and I just...
Well, my attic is unlivable, so I'm not concerned.
Charlie No Face. I've never heard of this, but apparently if you're from Pittsburgh, so maybe Mauricio Paez has heard of Charlie No Face. Chances are you've heard about Charlie No Face if you live in Pennsylvania, a faceless man who wanders the roads at night. The story says that the man was a utilities worker whose face melted in an acid attack, depending on who's telling it, or an electrical accident. The truth is the man was real. His name was Raymond Robinson. He was a victim of a childhood accident that left him a disfigured face. He understandably avoids crowds, opting to go for strolls at night. There is a man out there that looks like he has a melted face walking around at night.
Lovely.
The Night Doctors. They represent a sort of boogeyman in African-American folklore. The tale says that doctors looking for victims to experiment on would lurk in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to kidnap them. The rumors were spread by white people who were trying to prevent former slaves from moving to the north. Unfortunately, the boogeyman has some factual basis. There is some evidence that 19th century doctors were performing experiments on members of the African-American community. White farmers used this as a scare tactic against black people, a technique that was picked up after the Civil War. The Alice murders. Have you heard of this?
No.
Supposedly 5 slayings between 1999 and 2005. In each case, the killer wrote the word Alice nearby. After killing the victims, the killer also left a playing card. These murders never actually happened, at least not in Japan, but they did happen in Madrid, Spain. I guess Japan is where the rumor went around. I don't know.
Our chat room has found a picture of the face guy.
Oh, like Raymond a real picture of him?
Raymond Robertson died in 85. But there's a picture of him.
But
there.
does it look like if you saw him out walking around, it'd be scary?
I'd be
scared.
Yeah.
And apparently he was harmless, but he just, that's sad to think that he had to go out at night because people were scared of him if they saw him during the day. One more
good one.
The Babysitter and the Man Upstairs.
Ooh.
The tale of the babysitter who receives an eerie phone call. The calls are coming from inside the house.
Exactly.
Remember that?
Yes.
The story is based on a real-life crime that took place in 1950 in Missouri. A teenager named Janet Christman was babysitting a 3-year-old boy in his home when she was murdered by an intruder. Her case remains unsolved, and I guess there was a phone call coming from inside the house. I don't know. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, there you go. And, of course, a texter here to make things lots of fun for everyone. Excuse me, if they're actually true, technically they are not urban legends.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right. Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits. Let me make sure I have it here. Ah, there it is, Gina Barberi.
That's me.
I smell shenanigans with this whole M&M's getting rid of their spokes candies.
I don't think shenanigans is an M&M flavor.
I think this is a clever Super Bowl ad tease.
The candy makers wouldn't lie to us.
Yes, they would, Gina. Yes, they would.
Conspiracies and more on tomorrow's Radio from Hell show on X96. Conspiracies.
Katie, you'll check on Bill?
I'm going to check on Bill. I'll let you know and see what he says. Hopefully we'll get it back tomorrow.
We may or may not be in the studio tomorrow, depending.
I'll let you know on that one, too.
Lots of reasons to tune in. You don't know what you're going to get or who you're going to get on tomorrow's Radio.
It's a mystery.
It could happen. All right. Well, I think we're good. We get all the business taken care of.
We did.
Fine job as always, Katie.
Thank
Live
you.
long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who Bill is?
I'm one of those wolves of a certain age.
Marcy is next.